Chapter 482. Qin Wushuang opened his consciousness and sensed for a moment. He realized that the other party was probably hiding on purpose. Qin Wushuang thought carefully, the other party couldn't hide, so he must be trying to use the geographical advantage to sneak attack me. This person's methods may not be strong, but I need to be careful of his poison. With this layer of mental preparation, Qin Wushuang started to look around. After observing for a while, Qin Wushuang didn't find any clues. Qin Wushuang spread his wings and flew into the air, circling around the Tortoise King Mountain. His consciousness passed through the mountain and kept exploring. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang's consciousness moved. He landed on a large mountain rock. He looked down at the steep cliff below. He was thinking. This was because the divine sense in his body had suddenly sensed a very familiar feeling. It was a magical feeling similar to resonance. It was strange, but when this feeling came, it made all the blood in Qin Wushuang's body boil. The primordial spirit in his body also started to have an indescribable fluctuation. It was a very familiar feeling. Qin Wushuang only felt that he seemed to have grasped a little clue. However, this clue didn't become clear in a short time, making him feel like he was neither close nor far. He knew that all of this must be related to the terrain of the Tortoise King Mountain. Qin Wushuang sat quietly and observed the surrounding terrain. He didn't want to miss any clues. He was serious and focused. This feeling is so familiar, like déjà vu. What could it be? Qin Wushuang started to recall his thoughts. He started to organize all his experiences since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts. When he organized the Green Jade Mountain at the border of the Great Luo Empire and the Heavenly Lake Empire, Qin Wushuang's heart suddenly shook. The Green Jade Mountain, that cave, that big pit, and that experience of narrowly escaping death. Then, his consciousness followed the 7 deadly arrays formation to the second layer, which was the second circle of the formation in the depths of the Great Kang Mountain. Then, it was the third circle of the Red Dragon Empire. The terrain of each ring had some similar places. Although the topography was not exactly the same, Qin Wushuang had a good understanding of the 7 deadly arrays formation after experiencing the 3 rings of the 7 deadly arrays formation. Could it be that this Tortoise King Mountain is the 4th part of the 7 deadly arrays formation? When Qin Wushuang thought of this, he felt the blood in his body surge. If that was the case, it would be too much of a coincidence. Initially, that 7 deadly arrays formation was a miraculous fortune. The Tianxian land is so vast, yet it fell into my hands. This proves that I am fated with this array formation. If that's the case, it's not entirely impossible that this Tortoise King Mountain is the 4th ring of the formation and I just happened to run into it. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang had no more doubts. He began to search for the entrance. With this idea in mind, Qin Wushuang's search was no longer a blind search without a motive, but a very targeted exploration. Each of the first 3 rings of the 7 deadly arrays formation had a floating entrance. These entrances were very narrow and hidden, making them very difficult to find. As for the other entrance, one would need to go through 3 or 4 layers of mechanisms to find it. For example, the second ring of the Great Kang Mountain. The first time Qin Wushuang entered it, it was through the cave in the precipitous cliff of the second ring. However, in fact, there was an entrance at the foot of the mountain that could be entered through the mechanism. Now, Qin Wushuang had already told his father about the mechanism at the entrance of the Great Kang Mountain. If this Tortoise King Mountain is truly the 4th ring, then I need to find the entrance to the 4th ring. It's not suitable to enter from the side of the precipice. I can only go through the entrance with the mechanism. If I go through that entrance, it would be more convenient. If there is someone inside the cave, it would be less likely to raise their guard. Qin Wushuang knew that even if this was the 4th ring of the 7 deadly arrays formation, even if someone had already found this cave, he was not worried at all. It was because the setup of this formation was very ingenious. Without the fortuitous encounter of the 1st and 2nd rings, it would be useless to enter any of the other rings alone. It would be impossible to break the defenses of a single ring, and it would be impossible to activate the formation. Only Qin Wushuang, who had been baptized by the divine power of the 1st and 2nd rings, was qualified to activate this formation. Of course, even if it was Qin Wushuang, he could only enter the fourth ring at most at this time. This was because the foundation for activating the fourth ring was the voiding realm. And Qin Wushuang's cultivation was also at the voiding realm. Therefore, if Qin Wushuang found the cave in the fifth ring now, he would be at his wit's end. With his strength, he would not be able to activate any of the restrictions in the fifth ring. According to his previous experience of the third ring, the entrance to the mechanism was usually at the foot of the mountain. This entrance was usually very hidden. Following this train of thought, Qin Wushuang had a clue and began to search at the foot of the Tortoise King Mountain. Hard work paid off. That evening, Qin Wushuang found a very suspicious clue. Following this clue, Qin Wushuang followed up layer by layer. As expected, it was full of twists and turns. After passing through layers of obstacles, Qin Wushuang began to believe in his own premonition. Sure enough, it's a coincidence. It seems that this Tortoise King Mountain is most likely the location of the fourth ring of the formation. Qin Wushuang's heartbeat could not help but accelerate. Finally, he encountered the first mechanism. The settings of these mechanisms were exactly the same, and the methods used were completely the same. However, the difficulty of the mechanism increased with the strength of the person who owned the formation. The requirement of the fourth ring was the voiding realm, so the difficulty of the mechanism could only be successfully activated by the voiding realm. Qin Wushuang had experience in activating mechanisms, so this time it was naturally easy for him. After activating the first mechanism, Qin Wushuang no longer had any doubts in his heart. He knew that this Tortoise King Mountain was without a doubt the fourth ring of the seven deadly arrays formation. Just as the master of the formation said, even if I have the seven deadly arrays formation, I still have to be careful at every step. This was because even though every part of the formation was linked to each other, it was also an individual that opposed each other. These individuals can all be discovered by others. Now, the cave on the fourth layer should have been discovered by others. It's very dangerous. As Qin Wushuang thought so, he secretly warned himself that he had to be careful. However, he thought, that person must have entered the interior of the cave and seen the scale of the formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden himself all this time. He must have seen the sealed treasure in the fourth ring of the formation and refused to leave. Qin Wushuang's speculation was also reasonable. After passing the first mechanism, the next step was very easy. Qin Wushuang almost followed the vine to the melon. Soon, he reached the second mechanism and unlocked it. After unlocking the two mechanisms, Qin Wushuang also became cautious. He knew that after passing the second mechanism, he would have entered the hinterland of the mountain. He was also one step closer to the core area of the cave. As long as he reached the third mechanism, it meant that he would directly face the core area of the formation. The gap between them was the third mechanism. Along the way, Qin Wushuang did not make a single sound. Finally, he reached the third mechanism. Listening carefully, Qin Wushuang knew that as long as this mechanism was unlocked, it meant that he had also entered the core area of the formation. If that person was near the mechanism, it meant that they would meet on a narrow path. However, according to Qin Wushuang's speculation, even if that person was in the cave, he definitely didn't know about this mechanism. Because, only when the restriction in the formation was unlocked, could he know the location of the mechanism from the restriction message. In all likelihood, that person was able to reach this cave, must have accidentally passed by the cave entrance facing the cliff. If this person wanted to take defensive measures, he must be guarding at that cave entrance. That exit and the mechanism's exit were the two ends of the entire formation. The distance between them was the farthest. In other words, if that person was really guarding at the entrance of the cliff, then when he unlocked this mechanism, the other party would definitely not be aware of it. Qin Wushuang had already overcome some of his previous nervousness. According to his repeated deductions, based on his deduction, he was sure that if he was in this cave, under the situation where he didn't know the inside story and knew that an outsider was about to invade, he would definitely guard at the cave entrance that might be discovered. And it was impossible for him to guard at the unknown location of the mechanism. In other words, although it sounded very dangerous, in reality, Qin Wushuang was the furthest away from danger when he entered from here. Once Qin Wushuang entered the formation, Qin Wushuang, who was used to the 7 deadly arrays formation, didn't need to worry about the other party having the advantage of the geographical location. Qin Wushuang held the graceful spiritual bow lightly and didn't release it. He silently chanted the incantation and slowly unlocked the mechanism with one hand. He tried his best to suppress all the energy fluctuations and didn't let the other party wake up. When the mechanism was completely unlocked, Qin Wushuang quickly jumped inside. Like a ghost, he flashed inside. At the same time, his heart relaxed. After entering the cave, his situation would be slightly more advantageous. As expected by Qin Wushuang, the layout of the cave formation in this ring was not much different from the previous 3 rings. It was especially similar to the 3rd ring. Qin Wushuang speculated the direction of the terrain and slowly extended his consciousness, slowly starting to search. Everything was within Qin Wushuang's calculations. When his consciousness had just approached the cave entrance at the edge of the cliff, that person's consciousness also moved. Qin Wushuang immediately retracted his consciousness. Of course, he also knew that the other party wouldn't suspect that he had already entered the cave. As expected, the black-clothed person's consciousness throbbed. He tightly gripped the black cane in his hand and attached his body to the stone wall behind the entrance. On top of the black cane, there was a terrifying skull-like shape. All the holes in the skull were black and had an extremely demonic aura, as if there were endless evil hidden inside. This person is indeed powerful. The black-clothed person's thoughts were somewhat complicated. So fast, his consciousness has already reached here. If he discovers this cave entrance, he will definitely come here. As long as he gets close to the cave, I will launch a fatal attack. Thinking of this, the black-clothed person's grip on the black cane tightened. Even his palms were full of sweat. Now that all his puppet cultivators had been destroyed, this made him feel somewhat lacking in confidence. Entrusted by a friend, I pushed a book. Talisman Seals the World, book number 186-4851. Introduction. On the heavenly moat continent, where the flames of war raged, there are 19 ancient talismans scattered. Each talisman represents the absolute power of its own domain and is related to the mysterious factor of ascension to the immortal realm. Whoever can hold these talismans will become the strongest person in the world. 19 talismans, with a single hand, heaven and earth will be turned upside down. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 483. However, this black-clothed man would never have imagined that the opponent he feared had already entered the cave and was lying in ambush behind him, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Qin Wushuang approached step by step. According to his estimation, this person's cultivation should be at least at the transformation void martial stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to control so many puppet experts. Qin Wushuang was very clear about the situation at the entrance of the cave. He knew that in this battle, it would be impossible for a prolonged battle to occur. Once a prolonged battle occurred, the situation would not necessarily be in his favor. Therefore, what he pursued was a one-hit kill. If he wanted a one-hit kill, he could only rely on the graceful spiritual bow. Now, he could only use the graceful spiritual bow to ensure that he could kill his opponent in one strike in this narrow cave. However, Qin Wushuang was not without any trump cards. It could almost be said that ever since he entered this cave, the geographical advantage of this cave had been completely transferred from the opponent's hands to Qin Wushuang's hands. Previously, Qin Wushuang did not enter the hinterland. That black-clothed man naturally had the geographical advantage in the cave. But now, this cave no longer had any advantages to speak of for that black-clothed man. On the contrary, this cave would become the black-clothed man's restraint. However, that black-clothed man knew nothing about all of this. Qin Wushuang slowly approached the entrance of the cave. After going around a few winding bends, Qin Wushuang could almost feel the dim light coming from the entrance of the cave. Qin Wushuang knew that he could not go any further. If he went any further, it was very likely that he would attract the opponent's attention. In this battle, he needed to take the opponent by surprise. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang's gaze stopped at an armor hanging on the opposite mountain wall. This armor was emitting a deep blue light, giving people a very mysterious and profound feeling. Qin Wushuang's heart was moved and he had an idea. He waved his hand and the Fury Dragon Soul appeared in his hand. It coiled over like a viper and directly locked onto the blue armor. With a gentle push, his divine power was activated and the armor was directly pulled out from the mountain wall. The defensive walls and restrictions on the outside were activated at the same time. As soon as the restriction was broken, the surrounding magnetic field immediately emitted a burst of beep 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 beep. When the armor fell to the ground, Qin Wushuang didn't pick it up. Instead, he let the armor fall to the ground. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang flashed into the darkness with the graceful spiritual bow in his hand. 3 jade-green arrows were narked on top of it, ready for battle. The sound of the explosion had obviously alarmed the man in black. The black-clothed man was stunned. His body was like a nimble cat. He jumped down from the mountain wall and quickly scuttled inside. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw the blue armor fall to the ground, emitting a dazzling blue light. This kind of psychedelic color emitted a mellow and deep power, showing that this armor was different from the rest. The black-clothed man's eyes immediately revealed a hint of greed. This armor made his heart palpitate. However, it was only at this moment that he was moved. The armor had always been embedded in the mountain wall and sealed with restrictions. He had thought of countless methods, but he was unable to take it down. Now, it suddenly fell on the passage. This unforeseen event obviously made the black-clothed man feel abnormally shocked. His pupils contracted. Just as he was hesitating, a green light flashed in front of his eyes. Unexpectedly, a green divine light struck toward him like lightning. The black-clothed man was dumbstruck. He lifted the black cane in his hand, wanting to use it to block. It could be said that this was the only choice he had. The mountain path was so narrow that he couldn't push it left or right. If he retreated, the speed of pushing it back couldn't be faster than the speed of this green light attack. Therefore, his choice to block was the wisest and only choice. He lifted the cane and a black fog spurted out from it, forming a black fog barrier. It rushed toward the green light. Qin Wushuang's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. He knew that the other party was going to die. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 arrows behind him were shot out. The 2 arrows shot out at the same time, bringing with them a domineering force that directly dispersed the black fog. With a boom, the entire mountain cave almost trembled. At the same time, the green jade arrows hit the black-clothed man's body and nailed him to the mountain wall. This time, Qin Wushuang's archery didn't use that kind of explosive attack wave. Instead, he used a penetrating shot with extremely strong penetrating power. The 3 green lights rushed into the black-clothed man's body. The powerful force of impact didn't even give the black-clothed man time to make a sound as he fell onto the mountain wall in despair. For an opponent who was hit by the graceful spiritual bow, no matter how strong his cultivation was, it was impossible for him to survive. Naturally, this black-clothed man was no exception. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. His entire body had already softened into a pile of mud. He had been dead for a long time. Qin Wushuang let out a sigh of relief and walked out of the darkness. He slowly walked to the front of the black-clothed man. He didn't touch the black-clothed man's body. Instead, he retrieved the 3 green jade arrows and then put away the graceful spiritual bow. After finishing all of this, Qin Wushuang used the Fury Dragon Soul to wrap the black-clothed man's body and directly dragged it into the cave. Looking at the black-clothed man's appearance, as well as his extremely evil-looking cane, Qin Wushuang speculated that this person should be the master of the Jiyu poison. He should also be the master of those puppet cultivators. This kind of cultivator who used Jiyu poison, even if he was dead, he still couldn't let his guard down. Because a small detail on his body could cost him his life. Qin Wushuang used the Fury Dragon Soul to tear apart this person's clothes. Sure enough, This person's outer clothes were filled with mechanisms. Other than all kinds of strange talismans, there were also all kinds of grotesquely shaped GU worms. Especially a small black cauldron, which was filled with this kind of poisonous substance. Qin Wushuang only felt his scalp go numb. Looking at this black-clothed man, he spat out a mouthful of saliva. He also caught a glimpse of a storage ring on this person's finger. Qin Wushuang used the Fury Dragon Soul to hook the storage ring off. Qin Wushuang was still very cautious. He didn't touch the ring with his hand. Instead, he made a few hand seals in the air and opened the space of the ring. This black-clothed man really had a lot of storage. Inside the ring, there were all kinds of collections. Qin Wushuang counted them. Crystal stones and other things were still fine. Qin Wushuang didn't lack these things at the moment. What made Qin Wushuang the most excited was a secret manual of the Divine GU Secret Path. Qin Wushuang opened the Divine GU Secret Path, flipped through it for a moment, and fell into deep thought. Inside, the first chapter was the general outline, discussing the question of whether this GU technique was good or evil. This Divine GU Secret Path said that the GU technique was only one of the many magical abilities. It was just that the GU technique was mysterious, secretive, and unknown to others. Therefore, it was very mysterious and was given a legendary color. Over time, it was easily passed down as an evil technique. This Divine GU Secret Path believed that if all the magical abilities in the world fell into the hands of evil people, no matter how righteous they were all evil techniques. And if evil magical abilities fell into the hands of righteous people, they could also become righteous means. Naturally, this point of view coincided with Qin Wushuang's understanding. Qin Wushuang had always advocated that there was no strong or weak skill, but there was a high or low realm. Instantly, Qin Wushuang felt a strong sense of resonance when he read this general outline. After flipping through it for a while, the various GU techniques that were talked about were even more magical, making Qin Wushuang greatly convinced. At this moment, Qin Wushuang was naturally not in the mood to read it carefully. Without hesitation, he threw the Divine GU Secret Path into his storage ring. As for the other GU poisons and poisonous insects of the black-clothed man, as well as some strange talismans, although Qin Wushuang felt that they were useless, he still took them all. He threw all of them into the storage ring of the black-clothed man, and then put the entire storage ring into his storage ring. After doing all this, Qin Wushuang rolled up the black-clothed man's body, walked directly to the entrance of the cave, and threw it down the bottomless abyss. This was the fourth ring of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation, and Qin Wushuang's territory. Naturally, he would not allow a corpse to pollute his territory here. Qin Wushuang circled the entrance of the cave a few more times. After confirming that there was no threat around, he began to study the specific structure of the fourth ring. Soon, Qin Wushuang locked onto the location of the formation eye. It was the same as the previous formation eyes. This was also a large stone that formed a teleportation formation at both ends. With previous experience, Qin Wushuang found the formation eye of the formation very easily. Qin Wushuang found the formation eye of the formation and poured in his spiritual qi. Indeed, a wave of spiritual light surged and a voice slowly sounded. It was that somewhat aged voice from before. Lucky one, you finally reached the fourth ring. It means that now, you are already an elite warrior at the refined Void Martial stage. As an elite warrior at the refined Void Martial stage, you are not a powerful existence in the Xian Yuan Mound. Thus, you must have some capital to survive in the Xian Yuan Mound. In the cave, I also left a few things for you. These things are not enough for you to be invincible in the Xian Yuan Mound. However, they can help you accumulate enough capital to face the possible dangers. Among them, the first one is an azure armor. This armor is the work of a master. Although it cannot be compared to a divine weapon, it is the strongest defense beneath the Supreme Tao stage. And this armor can travel in water and fire. It can connect the 5 elements and is extremely miraculous. Qin Wushuang was moved when he heard this. To him, having such armor was definitely a great piece of news. With this armor, he would not have been in such an embarrassing state if he had been at the Wild Flame Cliff. Even if that Wu Lihu had shot a few arrows at him, he would not have to worry about losing his life. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel somewhat sour. He thought about Bao Bao and Lone's uncertain life and death situation, and this azure armor. His heart ached endlessly. If I had entered the fourth ring earlier, how could something have happened to Bao Bao and Lone during that battle at the Wild Flame Cliff? Just as he was pondering, the voice continued, "The second treasure is a sealed scroll. Do not underestimate this sealed scroll." There were a total of 12 sealing scrolls, each of which had a spirit beast puppet sealed within. Almost all of these spirit beasts were captured from the wildlands, trained, refined, and sealed. Without emotions, once they are unsealed, they will become a pure battle tool. However, since these spiritual beast puppets are sealed, they do not know how to train. Thus, after the battle, they cannot cultivate or replenish the consumed spiritual qi. Thus, once their spiritual qi is exhausted, their combat power will disappear completely and they will become trash. 12 sealed scrolls. When Qin Wushuang heard this, his heartbeat could not help but speed up. I recommend my friend's Eastern fantasy novel, Zhaohua. Everyone, go and collect it. Once you've fattened it up, you can slaughter it. Book number 1877762 must be collected. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 484. Clearly, that voice had given Qin Wushuang some time to digest the information. When Qin Wushuang had slowly calmed down, he continued to speak with a smile. These 12 sealed scrolls are different than the purple flame electric beast. The purple flame electric beast is a true spiritual beast with flesh and blood. He is not a fighting machine. However, the spiritual beasts inside these 12 sealed scrolls will not form any emotions with you. They are purely fighting machines. Additionally, their strength far surpasses that of the purple flame electric beast. Most of them are spiritual beasts from the heavenly fire southern border. A few of them came from the endless eastern sea. Among them, the weakest one possesses the combat power of the transformation void martial stage. And the strongest, are invincible beneath the supreme Tao stage. Invincible beneath the supreme Tao stage. These 6 words stunned Qin Wushuang instantly. If it were in the past, Qin Wushuang would not have any idea. However, now, he had a clearer understanding of the training system and knew what it meant to be beneath the supreme Tao stage. In the Tian Xianland, perhaps there were many elite warriors of the supreme Tao stage. However, there would never be a situation where the supreme Tao stage was as common as dogs and the exquisite mysterious boundary stage was everywhere. In other words, invincible beneath the supreme Tao stage were at least at the half-god level. Beneath the supreme Tao stage was the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. In the Shen Yuan Mound, not many people possessed such strength. For example, the 2 Tao warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, or Mu Rong Qianji, the owner of the floating snow house he had met a few days ago. Invincible beneath the supreme Tao stage. Qin Wushuang repeated these words over and over again. Clearly, he could not calm down inwardly. If that's the case, then at this Shen Yuan Mound, I will not fear the endless pursuit from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. And for Wu Lihu and Yang Qingyun, I will not allow them to be free for too long. Just as Qin Wushuang's mind was rippling, that voice poured a bucket of cold water over him. Young man, don't be happy too early. These 12 sealed scrolls were not something that could be summoned just because one wanted to. To summon them, you must fulfill certain conditions. If you are only at the void refining stage now, you can only summon 2 sealed spiritual beasts at the void transformation stage and the void transformation stage at most. If you enter the transformation void martial stage, you can summon sealed spiritual beasts at the perfect void martial stage. All in all, you can only summon sealed spirit beasts that are 2 realms higher than you. And that's because you've been baptized by my divine power. If the 12 sealing scrolls were to fall into the hands of others, they could only summon spirit beasts of the same level as themselves at most. This setup was also to protect the owner of the 7 deadly arrays formation to the greatest extent. Just in case these 12 sealed scrolls fall into the hands of others, it can weaken their effects. Qin Wushuang naturally understood this. If it was a summon of the same level, it would at most summon a helper of the same level. It might be able to change the situation of a battle, but it wouldn't be of much significance. But in his hands, he was able to summon across levels, and 2 levels at that. The significance of this was completely different. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang was not depressed. These 12 sealing scrolls are arranged according to the 12 zodiac signs. These sealed battle beasts are the sky-pilfered mole, purple pupil golden bull, burning sky explosive tiger, moon palace jade hare, swallowing sky lion dragon, dark mysterious snake, one-horn mystical horse, rending earth devil goat, great desolate giant monkey, hissing sky phoenix, illusionary cloud divine hound, and pure altar precious pig. In total, there are 12 sealed battle beasts. 2 at the transformation void martial stage, 3 at the profound void martial stage, 3 at the perfect void martial stage, 2 at the profound mysterious stage, and 2 at the common mysterious stage. As for the level of these 12 spiritual beasts, you will know after you summon them. As long as they don't fight, their spiritual chi will not be consumed. Remember, after the battle, you must summon them back into the sealing scrolls as fast as possible. Only this way, you can prolong their consumption to the greatest extent. I will repeat, these sealed spiritual beasts are only tools for battle. They will not develop any emotions with their masters. When necessary, they will be used as puppets to protect their masters. If you cannot see through this point, most likely this sealing scrolls will bring you bad luck. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive. He nodded silently and remembered these words. This is the second treasure. Perhaps, you will feel somewhat disappointed because these 12 sealing scrolls are consumable goods. They cannot be summoned at any time, nor are they inexhaustible. However, the third treasure I'm giving you now is a supplement to the second treasure. And, this supplement is perfect. This treasure is called the genuine spirit post. What is the genuine spirit post? To put it bluntly, it is a pen. This pen is not an ordinary object. It is a genuine spirit pen used to draw talismans and to inject spiritual chi. With this divine pen, you will have enough spiritual power. As long as you have enough spiritual chi, you can provide spiritual chi to those 12 sealing scrolls at any time. By injecting spiritual chi, those sealed battle beasts can receive spiritual chi and maintain an endless supply of combat power. Of course, for the 12 sealing scrolls and the 12 sealed spiritual beasts, the amount of spiritual chi needed is astonishing. The amount of crystal stones needed is also enormous. Qin Wushuang knew that crystal stones had many uses and many types. However, only those crystal stones could be used for training, to make spiritual talismans, and to build all kinds of formations. However, Qin Wushuang had acquired some from the 100-leaf Qin clan. He had also acquired some from killing General Manager Su. He had acquired some from killing that man in black a moment ago. Among these crystal stones, there were many crystal stones that should provide some necessary supplements. Only, Qin Wushuang had no idea how many crystal stones were needed for those sealing scrolls. However, with this genuine spirit post, naturally, Qin Wushuang would deliberately collect more crystal stones to provide energy support for those sealing scrolls. Of course, Qin Wushuang also knew that although the crystal stones were used for a wide range of training methods, not all crystal stones could be absorbed directly. It was because there were large amounts of impurities inside the crystal stones. If these impurities could not be purified and were absorbed directly into one's body, it would not help to increase one's strength. It might even have an adverse effect. However, to make spiritual talismans and formations, the requirement of these crystal stones would be slightly higher. If one were to use them for training, one would either have to purify the crystal stones or use the pure crystal stones. Only then would it be suitable for training. At least, in the Tianxian land, although it was common to use crystal stones to train, it was definitely not the mainstream training method. It was because in the natural world, there were many sources to absorb spiritual chi. The most important was to communicate with nature to increase one's primordial spirit. A material source of spiritual qi such as crystal stones was not the most ideal training method. Qin Wushuang waited for a moment and that voice said, "Lucky one, these 3 gifts are enough for you to solve many problems in the Shen Yuan Mound. As long as your luck is not too bad. I believe that you can handle most situations with ease." Naturally, the 4th gift is the same as the 3rd circle. It's a map. However, this map is not the map of the Shen Yuan Mound. It's the map of the Endless Eastern Sea. Endless Eastern Sea? Qin Wushuang was stunned inwardly. Why would it provide a map of the Endless Eastern Sea? Could it be that the 5th circle of this 7 deadly formation arrays is at the Endless Eastern Sea? Indeed, that voice immediately gave him the answer. Lucky one, perhaps you have already guessed it. That's right, the 5th circle of this 7 deadly formation arrays is at the Endless Eastern Sea. That underwater world is full of miraculous opportunities. To put it bluntly, perhaps, the strength of the Endless Eastern Sea might not be stronger than the Shen Yuan Mound. However, the situation at the Endless Eastern Sea is far more chaotic and desperate than the Shen Yuan Mound. It's the best training stage for martial artists. Of course, you must remember that I have my reasons for setting up this 7 deadly formation arrays. In the end, you will understand my original intention. Remember, to enter the 5th circle from the 4th circle, you need to enter the profound void martial stage to activate the formation. Starting from the 3rd circle, this 7 deadly formation arrays had a 2-way transportation formation. It meant that at this moment, if Qin Wushuang wanted to return to the human countries, he only needed to pass through this formation. As soon as the formation was activated, he could return to the human countries and the 3rd circle at the Red Dragon Empire's Divine Dragon territory. Then, through the 3rd circle, he could return to the 2nd circle at the Great Kang Mountain. In other words, Qin Wushuang could return to the Eastwood Qin clan quickly through the formation. To Qin Wushuang, this was definitely good news. Alright, young man, don't think about the 5th circle. Enjoy this world of the Shen Yuan Mound. I believe that you will certainly broaden your horizons. Ha ha ha, with my 7 deadly formation arrays, if you still cannot stand out in the Tian Shen land, lucky one, I can only say that you should not let me down. After he had finished speaking, this voice slowly withdrew and became silent. Apparently, all the fortuitous opportunities from this 4th circle had come to an end. Currently, Qin Wushuang was still somewhat excited. Clearly, the gains from this 4th circle had surpassed his imagination. Especially those 12 sealed scrolls, it made Qin Wushuang feel that he had grasped an extremely powerful trump card. This time, Qin Wushuang did not feel as calm as he did at the 3rd circle. Compared to when he had opened the 3rd circle, the joy he felt was much weaker. Of course, all of this was because Bao Bao and Lone had been separated. Deep in his heart, he was unwilling to admit that Bao Bao and Lone had died. However, when he thought about this matter, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. Standing up from that formation eye, Qin Wushuang slowly regained his calmness. He sat on the side and calmed his mind. He planned to return to that wild flame cliff to see what had happened. However, before this, he decided to take a look at the storage bag that Qin Sheshuan had given him solemnly. He wanted to see what kind of good things were inside. After he opened that storage bag, indeed, it was filled with a dazzling lineup of items. The first thing that entered his eyes was a large pile of crystal stones. These crystal stones contained an extremely rich energy and emitted strong fluctuations. Apparently, they were extremely high-quality crystal stones. These crystal stones had energized Qin Wushuang's mind. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 485. Qin Wushuang counted and found that there were at least hundreds of such crystal stones. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed inwardly. This is like a drowsy person meeting a pillow. These crystal stones can replenish the spiritual beasts for the 12 sealed scrolls. With these crystal stones, It should not be a problem to replenish one round, right? Besides those crystal stones, there were a few pieces of jet black metal. This metal appeared to be jet black and shiny and appeared to be very special. Qin Wushuang weighed it with his hand and found that it was extremely heavy. Qin Wushuang knew that this should be the special metal material that Senior Qin Shushuan had mentioned. Besides these two pieces of metal material, there were a few pieces of jade-like green jade that were sparkling and translucent. When one held this green jade in his hand, it made one feel relaxed and relaxed. Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. This green jade is not ordinary. What kind of treasure is it? Although he did not know what it was, Qin Wushuang knew that these palm-sized pieces of green jade were not ordinary things. Immediately, he put down that green jade. The entire storage pouch was filled with these things. Altogether, there were about 100 or 200 pieces. Although Qin Wushuang did not know the use of these things, he knew that they were priceless. Or else, that heavenly punishing villa would not have chased after Senior Qin Shushuan hysterically. Immediately, he put that storage pouch into his storage ring. He decided to return to the Bowl Valley to take a look. Then, he would find the way out and return to the Wild Flame Cliff. After he had put everything away, Qin Wushuang inspected the surrounding area of the formation. After confirming that there were no traces of anyone coming here, he went to the entrance at the edge of the cliff and completely blocked the entrance so that no one would be able to see any traces from the outside. Only then did he return to the cave. After returning, Qin Wushuang put on that azure blue armor and took off his original inner armor. Then, he took the other 3 items, including the 12 sealed scrolls, the genuine spiritual post, and the map of the endless eastern sea from the seal. After doing all this, Qin Wushuang retraced his steps. After passing through numerous traps, he arrived at the exit at the foot of the mountain. Qin Wushuang returned to the Tortoise King Mountain and cleaned up the area around the mountain. He cleaned up all the corpses and cleaned up the scene until there was no trace left. Only then did Qin Wushuang return from the Tortoise King Mountain. He flew in the direction of Bowl Valley. From the time Qin Wushuang left Bowl Valley to the time he returned, it had only been a day and a night. To Qin Wushuang, a few hundred miles was simply a short time. Very soon, Qin Wushuang landed outside Bowl Valley. In order not to alarm the mountain folks, Qin Wushuang decided to walk into the valley. By the time they reached the valley, it was already the evening of the second day. From afar, Qin Wushuang saw Shui Ruolan's thatched hut with smoke rising in spirals. It made Qin Wushuang feel a trace of warmth. Walking quickly to that thatched hut, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt a sense of danger and stopped his footsteps. Just as he was concentrating, he suddenly saw the door was pushed open and a person walked out from the house. This person was a burly man with a curly beard. With a rough appearance, he held a roasted chicken in his hand and was eating it in big bites. While he was eating, he swore, "Mother *****, I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to exist in this rural place where even birds don't shit. TSK, I just want her." As he spoke, he angrily spat out a mouthful of bones. Unfortunately, such a good cabbage has been eaten by a pig. Mother ****, it's okay if he doesn't get the soup, but he still wants me to guard the door for him, damn it. While he was talking, the man suddenly raised his head and saw Qin Wushuang staring at him with a gaze that could kill 10 cows. His whole body trembled and the roasted chicken in his hand fell out of shock. His hand grabbed a ghost head knife. "Hey, who the F*** are you? Sneaking around, what do you want to do here?" Qin Wushuang didn't answer at all. His figure was like a breeze. With a flash, he floated in front of the man. The man raised his hand and chopped at him. Qin Wushuang stepped on the immortal Lingyun steps and easily dissolved the knife. With a lift of his finger, the middle rushing sword of the coagulated sword shot out. The man's wrist shook and was hit by the sword light. The ghost head knife just happened to fall and chopped at his foot. The man hugged his foot in pain and screamed, "Old Rui, what the F*** are you screaming for?" A voice in the room shouted angrily. Qin Wushuang raised his arm and sealed all the acupuncture points of Old Rui. Old Rui opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Qin Wushuang lifted his body and rushed to the door. He looked inside and saw an even younger man with a lewd expression holding Shui Ruolan and putting her on the bed. Qin Wushuang's anger surged as he shouted, "Traitor, how dare you!" He kicked the door open and flashed into the room. His speed was as fast as a ghost. He rushed to Shui Ruolan's bed and wrapped the quilt around Shui Ruolan's body. When the young man saw Qin Wushuang, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He quickly retreated and glanced outside. He saw that his companion had fallen to the ground. "Old Rui, what happened to you?" Qin Wushuang saw that although Shui Ruolan's outer clothes were untied, her underwear was still intact. Obviously, she hadn't been violated. He relaxed a lot. He untied Shui Ruolan's body and said to Shui Ruolan, "Ruolan, I'm sorry I'm late." Shui Ruolan was very shy. She was surprised and happy, like a frightened little lamb. But in her eyes, there was a kind of strength that made people feel tender affection for her. Shui Ruolan's voice was choked with sobs. "Big brother Qin, this group of villains, they killed all the villagers, all of them." Speaking until here, Shui Ruolan's tears were already falling like rain. This kind and inexperienced young girl suffered such a heavy punishment on the bed. It was easy to imagine the panic in her heart. When Qin Wushuang heard this, his heart and lungs were about to explode. He gently patted Shui Ruolan's shoulder. His eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. He walked outside in big strides. The young man had already abandoned his companion and ran outside. Qin Wushuang shouted, "Evil thief, you still want to leave?" Qin Wushuang didn't think at all. He raised the graceful spiritual bow. With one arrow, the young man didn't even have time to turn around before his head was blown off by the dark green arrow. Qin Wushuang didn't even look. Just as he was about to kill old Rui with one palm, he suddenly remembered something. His palm sucked and grabbed old Rui. He asked with a serious tone, "You're called old Rui, right?" "Yes. Yes." This old Rui looked rough on the outside, but he was extremely afraid of death. When he saw Qin Wushuang earlier, he was already scared out of his wits. At this moment, he was even more scared to death. His whole body was trembling like sifting chaff. "Who are you?" Qin Wushuang didn't want to talk nonsense. He only wanted to know the truth of the matter. Old Rui stammered, We're from the Shintan village." "Where is that?" It's a mountain village." "So you're saying that you're mountain bandits? How could you mountain bandits take a fancy to this poor village?" Qin Wushuang felt that this old Rui was somewhat vague. "No, it's not like that. We're just passing by, not here to rob the village." Old Rui's face was ashen. "You didn't come to rob the village, but you killed all the villagers. It seems that you're born to kill, right?" Qin Wushuang's tone was unkind. Old Rui's whole body was trembling. "It's not me who wants to kill, it's him who wants to kill." Old Rui pointed at the young man who was shot dead by Qin Wushuang. "He wants to kill. He said that anyone who sees us must die." "Anyone who sees you must die." Qin Wushuang's voice was cold. "So you're saying that you're not allowed to see the light of day? What you're doing is shameful. I advise you to confess honestly, so that you won't have to suffer." "Young hero, it's really none of my business. I'm the root of his problem. This time, we received orders from above to head to the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. When we passed by, a mountain villager who was collecting firewood saw us and he started to kill us. I also advised him, but he didn't listen to me. Head to the Orderly Mountain Prefecture?" When Qin Wushuang heard the words Orderly Mountain Prefecture, he was more or less sensitive. After all, he had just left the Pat Mountain Prefecture not long ago. And at this moment, those freelance martial artists were still thinking about capturing Qin Wushuang for rewards. "What are you going to do at the Orderly Mountain Prefecture?" Qin Wushuang asked closely. "I really don't know. We're just following orders. As for what we're going to do, there were no orders from above. They only said that we'll know when we get there." "It seems that you're deliberately deceiving me, right?" "No. I wouldn't dare." That old Rui immediately explained, "I really don't know. I've told you everything I know. I'm just following orders." A trace of doubt flashed across Qin Wushuang's mind. However, he also knew that he would not be able to get anything out of this old Rui. Just as he was about to kill this old Rui, Shui Ruolan walked out of the house while trembling. Big brother Qin. When Qin Wushuang saw Shui Ruolan, he immediately walked over. Ruolan, hurry and enter the house. Shui Ruolan shook her head. No, big brother Qin, you're going to kill him, right? For such a scoundrel, if I don't kill him, how could I face those innocent villagers? Shui Ruolan's face turned pale. When she thought of those villagers, her heart palpitated again. Shui Ruolan lightly bit her lips and said timidly, Big brother Qin, I don't want to see any more dead people. I really don't want to see any more dead people. If I don't kill him, how could those mountain villager rest in peace? Old Rui immediately pleaded, Young master, I really didn't kill anyone. I'm just a follower. I didn't kill anyone. Shui Ruolan also said, the one who killed was that scoundrel. He didn't kill anyone. Even if you didn't kill anyone, you're still an accomplice. Qin Wushuang angrily rebuked old Rui. He had already taken out the violet sun sword and was walking towards old Rui step by step. At this moment, an auspicious light suddenly flashed in the sky. A fragrance assailed the nostrils and quickly descended from the sky. A multicolored Luan carriage descended. Unexpectedly, several beautiful women walked out of it. These women were all very young. They were arched behind a woman dressed in palace attire. The woman's appearance was graceful. She had phoenix eyes and red lips. She looked very dignified. When she looked around, Qin Wushuang also felt awe-inspiring. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 486. Qin Wushuang is taken aback, but he doesn't dare to be negligent. He cups his hands and says, Fairies, where did you come from? The woman glances at Qin Wushuang, but doesn't say anything. Shui Ruolan looks at the woman, but a strange color flashes through her eyes. It's you? The woman nods and says in an extremely flat tone, It's me. Do you still remember me? Shui Ruolan also nods lightly. I remember. You came here when I was 10 years old. Well, in a flash, 6 years have passed. The woman sighs softly. She turns to look at old Rui, and then at the corpse in front of her. She frowns and says, What's going on? Qin Wushuang is about to speak, but the woman says lightly, I didn't ask you. Qin Wushuang gets snubbed, but he doesn't lower himself to the woman's level. He just steps aside gracefully. He looks at these women and knows that none of them are ordinary people. So he doesn't say anything. Seeing Qin Wushuang deflated, Shui Ruolan can't bear it. Big brother Qin. The woman sneers, Ruolan, don't blame me for not reminding you. The most unreliable thing in the world is men. Don't look at some men. They look elegant, but their hearts may not be what they look like. You don't know much about the world, but don't be deceived by others. Apart from old Rui, only Qin Wushuang is present. Qin Wushuang naturally knows that the woman is talking about him. But Qin Wushuang never argues with women. He just shakes his head with a faint smile and says to Qin Wushuang, Ruolan, I came here today to say goodbye to you. But I didn't expect that this village would encounter such a disaster. If we don't kill this Evildor, he'll only be a scourge. With that, he raises his sword to kill old Rui. A girl in red next to the woman scolds, How dare you? We're here. How can you do it? Qin Wushuang was scolded time and time again. Even if his cultivation was better, he could not help but feel a little angry. Trying hard to restrain his anger, he said indifferently, Gentlemen, I killed these villains myself. What does that have to do with you? Even if you're not in the way, we're here. You just have to stand there obediently. The girl's tone was still very bossy. These women seemed to have powerful backgrounds. Judging from their tone, they were full of arrogance. Obviously, they felt superior to Qin Wushuang. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was angry. Just when he was about to speak, he saw a girl dressed in green next to that woman flashed a cold light from her hand. Like a poisonous snake, She cut the neck of that senior Rui. Old Rui was scared out of his wits. He didn't even have time to scream before he lost his life. After the green-clothed girl finished, she glanced at Qin Wushuang as if she was trying to show off. Obviously, she was trying to anger Qin Wushuang. Shui Ruolan saw blood spurting out from old Rui's throat. She was so shocked that her face turned pale. The woman in palace dress sighed, "What an innocent child. What a perfect piece of unpolished jade. Ruolan, now, the villagers of this village are no longer here. Your grandfather has also passed away. There's no place in this Bowl Valley that you're reluctant to leave, right?" Shui Ruolan was slightly surprised. "You still want me to go with you like 6 years ago?" "Yes, 6 years ago, I didn't take you with me. I've been regretting it until now. This time, if you still don't go with me, not only me, but you will also regret it for the rest of your life." Shui Ruolan's tone was as calm as water, but there was also a trace of confusion. Obviously, the sudden robbery of the village made her lose her spiritual support. She only felt that the road ahead was long and she didn't know how to go on. In the past, she went into the mountains to pick herbs to treat the patients. But now, those villagers were all dead. There were no patients for her to treat. It could even be said that she would be living alone in this Bowl Valley from now on. Although Shui Ruolan had a quiet personality, stood aloof from worldly affairs, and had a familiar sense of dependence for a quiet life. But when the surrounding environment had changed so much, she naturally couldn't face all this calmly. Whether she was willing or not, her life would definitely change because of this. At the thought of this, Shui Ruolan's expression suddenly showed some confusion. She looked at Qin Wushuang, and then looked at the group of women. For a moment, she didn't know how to face it. Qin Wushuang sighed softly. How could he not know that Shui Ruolan's life from now on, whether she was willing or not, could no longer be as carefree as before? The brutality of those two villains destroyed Bowl Valley, and also destroyed Shui Ruolan's secluded environment. Qin Wushuang knew that to this naive girl, leaving this naive world would be the biggest punishment for her. Obviously, this woman in palace dress wanted to take Shui Ruolan away. Perhaps, this woman was the leader of some female cultivation sect, and she liked Shui Ruolan's talent very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have praised Shui Ruolan as a natural perfect jade. However, this group of women were all overbearing, obviously from the kind of sect that exposed its domineering aura. With such a domineering temperament, Qin Wushuang felt that even if Shui Ruolan left with them, she might not necessarily feel happy. At least, she might not be able to live the life she wanted. "Big brother Qin, are you leaving too?" Shui Ruolan's tone had a faint trace of melancholy. She was very confused, and even a little helpless. Qin Wushuang sighed softly, "Yes. Ruolan, I'm really sorry, I came back late. Shui Ruolan sobbed softly, and the tears that hadn't fallen for 16 years slowly slid down her cheeks. Since she was young, she was innocent and had no worries. She lived a simple life. Every day, the morning glow sent her out, and the evening glow sent her home. She was carefree. Everything in the world, even birth, old age, illness, and death, in her eyes, was just the natural law of nature. Therefore, her emotions were also lighter than those of others. When her grandfather was sick, she didn't cry, because her grandfather told her that people in the world couldn't avoid birth, old age, illness, and death. Therefore, she didn't cry. When her grandfather died, she didn't cry, because her grandfather told her that he came to this world and didn't expect to go back alive. Death was just returning to his original home, so she still didn't cry. However, at this moment, she was crying. For a brief encounter, for a possible eternal parting, for a man she didn't know, for a feeling that even she herself didn't understand. Seeing Shui Ruolan cry, the woman in the palace dress couldn't help but frown more deeply. "Ruolan, you've changed, and you've grown up." The woman in the palace dress sighed, turned her head and glared at Qin Wushuang, and said angrily, "If you want to leave, hurry up and leave. Why are you always sitting here?" Qin Wushuang was scolded by this group of women several times, so he was displeased. "Madam, I don't have any enmity with you. Why do you always treat me so coldly?" Who says you don't have any enmity with me? You were born a man, so you're a stinky man, so you have enmity with me. This is the original sin of you men. Qin Wushuang laughed. That's enough. Please put away your resentful tone. I'm a man, but I've always done things with a clear conscience, and I've never deceived myself. If you really hate a man, just kill him. Why do you have to vent your anger on all the men in the world? This doesn't show how noble and virtuous you are, but only how narrow-minded and boring you are. Speaking of this, he didn't look at these women, but said to Shui Ruolan, Ruolan, no matter where you choose to live in the future, I'll only give you one piece of advice. Don't let other people's thoughts influence your thinking. You're a natural beauty, and anyone who tries to change your thinking is destroying your beauty and innocence. Do you know what I expect from you the most? Big brother Qin, what is it? Shui Ruolan pursed her lips lightly. I hope so much that Bowl Valley is still like the day before yesterday, quiet and peaceful, standing aloof from worldly affairs. I hope so much that you're still that innocent, carefree, and untainted young girl. Qin Wushuang said this, and his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Bowl Valley's village was ransacked, and it was also destined that Bowl Valley's peaceful life would be destroyed. In Qin Wushuang's eyes, this Bowl Valley was practically a picture scroll of a perfect life like a paradise. And the people who destroyed these perfect pictures were the world's most abominable murderers. Unfortunately, like all beautiful things in the world, it seemed that beauty was always short-lived. Shui Ruolan seemed to be in a daze as she listened in a daze. The tears that hadn't fallen for 16 years once again fell. Obviously, Qin Wushuang's words once again evoked endless thoughts in her mind. When that woman in palace attire heard Qin Wushuang's words, her expression gradually became incomparably cold. Instantly, a layer of frost covered her face. A very ruthless thought sprang up in her heart. She turned her head and gave a look to those young girls. Those young girls understood tacitly and nodded. At the same time, they looked at Qin Wushuang with a mocking gaze. It was full of a kind of cold, murderous aura. How sharp were Qin Wushuang's senses? His heart trembled, and he thought, sure enough, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. This woman, because of a few words of mine, has the intention to kill. Even if she has a great background, she's certainly not some kind person. Shui Ruolan's mind was pure, but how would she know that these few looks contained so much meaning? That woman in palace attire said lightly to Shui Ruolan, Ruolan, this man has a glib tongue. You can't believe a single word of his. Today, you'll come with us. I guarantee that your life in this Bowl Valley, I can restore it to you in full. You like medical skills, I'll definitely find more people for you to treat. You like to live in seclusion, I'll definitely find a more secluded environment than this for you to live in. Hearing this, Shui Ruolan couldn't help but feel a little moved. There's only one thing, you have to forget this stinky man right now, right now. When the woman in palace attire said this, her sleeves shook lightly. A green smoke came out and directly sprayed in front of Shui Ruolan. Shui Ruolan's body went limp and she lost consciousness. She fell limply into the arms of the woman in palace attire. After that woman in palace attire finished doing all this, she looked at Qin Wushuang with an unfriendly expression. A somewhat mocking smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 487. Qin Wushuang is shocked. What do you want? The woman says coldly, you're so eloquent and smart, how can you not know what I want? You want to bewitch Shui Ruolan. Do you think you can make her fall head over heels in love with just a few words? Then let's give it a try and see how long it will take for her to forget you. Qin Wushuang says angrily, if all the women in the world were as sentimental as you, all the men in the world would suffer. Ruolan and I met by chance, and we're open and above board, but you can give birth to so many inexplicable things. Open and above board? The woman seems to have heard the funniest joke in the world. What you said is beautiful and open and above board. If we didn't come today, I'm afraid you would have tricked Ruolan into bed tonight. You killed all the people in the village and found 2 useless bandits to act as heroes. It's rare to see a young man deceiving a girl as shameless as you. Qin Wushuang suddenly has a bad premonition in his heart. This woman is obviously looking for an excuse to make a move. If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? Without a doubt, this woman already has the idea of killing him to silence him. As soon as Qin Wushuang thinks of this, he lifts his hand and takes out the Overlord Breaking Formation Spear. He stands ready and looks at this group of women warily. Although he still can't perceive this woman's true strength, from their momentum, Qin Wushuang's cultivation should not be lower than his. Seeing Qin Wushuang like this, the woman seems to have seen the funniest thing in the world. See? This is the ugly state of a stinky man. All of you see it clearly. In this life, if you want to cultivate well and prove the great Tao, you can't have anything to do with a stinky man. Now, Master will show you how ugly a man can be when he's desperate. As she says this, the mocking smile on the corner of the woman's mouth becomes even stronger. She gently lifts her right hand and makes a light stroke with her fingertip. This stroke seems ordinary. However, with just a slight movement of her finger, the entire space seemed to have been locked by her. Qin Wushuang suddenly felt the airflow from all directions, squeezing his body. In this tranquil void, the airflow suddenly roared like boiling oil. "Kneel." The woman in the court dress said faintly. She crooked her finger, and a yellow light flashed. A huge pressure wrapped around Qin Wushuang's legs. It was as if there was an invisible force squeezing Qin Wushuang's calves, making it impossible for Qin Wushuang to stand up. His knees could not help but bend. Qin Wushuang was scared out of his wits. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this woman would only need to lift a finger to render him helpless. He was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Did you see that? This was what men were like. They were as lowly as ants. If I want him to kneel, he has to kneel. If I want him to do something, he has to do it. This woman in the court dress seems to have enmity with men for 10 lifetimes. There is a kind of torture pleasure in her tone. She crooked her finger again. The airflow around became denser, squeezing Qin Wushuang's bones and muscles until they were almost deformed. His bones could be heard cracking. This was a kind of inhumane torture, and Qin Wushuang was obviously suffering from purgatory. However, his mind was very clear. He knew that this woman was deliberately torturing him, wanting him to make a fool of himself, wanting him to surrender, and then killing him. At this moment, Qin Wushuang clearly knew that his strength was far inferior to this woman's, but he still did not give in. He just clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. Even if his knees were almost broken, even if his whole body was in pain as if it was going to shatter inch by inch, he would not make a sound, let alone cry out. He knew that the more he cried out in pain and begged for mercy, the more it would satisfy this woman's perverted mind. Thus, Qin Wushuang had made up his mind that even if she were to torture him to death today, he would not make a sound. Apparently, that woman in the court dress did not expect that Qin Wushuang's bones were this tough. If it were an ordinary person, even if they were at the perfect void martial stage, they would not be able to refrain from crying and begging for mercy under such torture. However, this young man was able to hold on. However, the more Qin Wushuang acted like this, the angrier she became. It was because Qin Wushuang's toughness made her feel that her dignity had been violated. It made her feel that her previous advice to educate her disciple was more like a joke. I want to see how long you can be tough. Initially, that woman in the court dress had displayed a great change from her graceful bearing. Like a crazy woman, she scowled and gnashed her teeth. Pa! Large droplets of sweat kept falling from Qin Wushuang's body as he swore with great effort, "You old hag, perverted and crazy woman, if I surrender to you, I am not a good man." "Good man? Ha ha ha." That woman laughed crazily. "What kind of good man are you? If you are a good man, then fight back. Under my hands, you are like a dead dog and do not even have the strength to struggle. What kind of good man are you?" Qin Wushuang swore loudly, "Old pig dog, my strength is not as strong as you. You can defeat me in terms of strength, but don't think about destroying me in terms of belief. You want me to beg for mercy, there is no way." Before Qin Wushuang had finished speaking, That woman hooked her finger a few times. Instantly, Qin Wushuang's face changed shape again. His two eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. At the same time, in an incalculably distant place, a scholar dressed as a Jianghu magician suddenly put away his mischievous smile and counted with his fingers. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Our little friend seems to have encountered some trouble. The scribe suddenly stopped in his tracks and casually drew a few lines on his signboard. In the void, an invisible stream of air slowly dissipated. Haha, this little guy's progress seems to be faster than I expected. Bowl Valley? Isn't that near the Tortoise King Mountain? Ha 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 ha. After the scholar finished these subtle movements, he resumed his lazy expression and dragged his feet as he slowly walked forward. From time to time, he would raise his voice and say in a drawn-out voice, "I know astronomy above and geography below. Fortune-telling and physiognomy, free of charge." This lazy voice and very meaningless slogan made people feel that this was simply an ordinary Jianghu magician who specialized in deceiving people for a living. Just after this scholar had finished all these movements, deep inside the illusion Heavenly Lake, one of the 5 forbidden spiritual zones in the Tian Shenland, inside a fairy-like palace, a daoist suddenly opened his eyes from the cloud bed. He opened his palm and beckoned with his hand. In fact, he had summoned a wave of invisible congealed sound. "Old friend, one of your subordinates has caused trouble at the Xian Yuan Mound's Bowl Valley. Tell her to stop before she goes too far." For sure, if Qin Wushuang heard this voice, he would be greatly shocked. It was clearly Li Buyi, the magician who had talked nonsense with him several times. This daoist on the cloud bed counted with his fingers and waved his hand before the cloud bed. In fact, an image appeared in the void. This daoist's eyes opened wide and followed this image. In less than a breath, this image had directly traveled to the Xian Yuan Mound's Bowl Valley. He had a panoramic view of the scene of that woman in imperial clothing torturing Qin Wushuang. This daoist on the cloud bed frowned lightly. How did she run to the Xian Yuan Mound? At the moment, he did not dare to be careless as he swung his arm and swept away the image. At the same time, he kept making hand gestures and kept chanting. A few words of sound talismans were congealed into the congealed sound. He beckoned with his palm and sent it out. Regardless of Li Buyi or this daoist on the cloud bed. Clearly, the divine skills they performed were divine skills that Qin Wushuang and the others could not imagine at their level. Only insiders knew that these were the methods of the Supreme Tao. Within the Tian Shenland, as long as one performed this divine skill, they could instantly use the power of the divine soul to send the message. The power of the Supreme Tao was outrageous. This was the case. Inside the Bowl Valley, clearly, that woman in imperial clothing was still enjoying the pleasure of torturing Qin Wushuang. When those young girls next to her saw Qin Wushuang being so unyielding, they also felt strangely strange inwardly. Initially, these young girls who were annoyed by Qin Wushuang felt vividly inclined toward Qin Wushuang. They began to sympathize with his experience. After all, although this person had spoken a few words back, his crime did not warrant death. Only, they knew clearly that they did not have any right to speak about who their teacher wanted to punish. "Speak, do you admit defeat or not?" The woman in imperial clothing sneered recklessly. "Admit defeat, you old pervert." Although Qin Wushuang was already powerless, he was still unyielding. The complexion of the woman in imperial clothing changed. Clearly, she no longer had any patience. She turned around and said to that young girl in green clothes, "Little Can, come and kill him." That young girl in green clothes was trembling with fear. Although she was unwilling, she did not dare to disobey. She walked before Qin Wushuang with hesitation. Qin Wushuang cast a disdainful glance at this group of girls with disdain. "Kill him." The woman in imperial clothing screamed fiercely. "Yes." That young girl in green clothes, Little Can, trembled. At this moment, the woman in imperial clothing only felt her entire body quiver as a surge of spiritual perception penetrated deep into her soul. "Miaoyun, what are you doing? Why aren't you stopping? It's you." When that woman in imperial clothing heard this voice and such a stern reprimand, she was immediately frightened out of her wits. She quickly shouted, "Wait! Although this woman in imperial clothing was very resourceful, in front of this voice, she clearly did not have any courage to disobey. Hearing that the voice was so stern, she faintly realized that something was wrong. Hurry up and let him go. Get back to the illusion heavenly lake immediately, that voice continued to reprimand. It could be said that the words were harsh. The woman in imperial clothing quickly took out a jade tablet and drew on it. Then, she sent a sound transmission, "Yes, I accept the decree." Immediately, she waved her hand and removed all the restrictions. With a wave of her hand, the 5 colors Luan carriage started to move. It took a group of disciples and disappeared together with Shui Ruolan. They did not even have the courage to stay. Qin Wushuang was in a daze. Naturally, he did not know what had happened. Only when that woman in imperial clothing left did he slowly wake up. Looking around, he saw that they had all left. Only Shui Ruolan's empty straw hut appeared especially cold and cheerless when night fell. Qin Wushuang knew that Shui Ruolan should have been taken away by that woman. From now on, this bowl valley would no longer have the beauty of the secluded valley. It would no longer be a paradise. It would become an eternal land of death. Qin Wushuang was disappointed and frustrated. His mind was dizzy, but he remembered the face and expression of that woman in imperial clothing clearly. This was a humiliation, a grudge. Qin Wushuang would naturally never forget it. Walking out of the valley, Qin Wushuang felt around and compared it with the map. Finally, he found the way and prepared to rush back to the crest mountain. If you want to know what happened later, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 488. Starting from the Bowl Valley, Qin Wushuang found the right path. He estimated that he was already 50 to 60,000 miles away from the Wild Flame Cliff. In other words, in those 3 days, Qin Wushuang flew nearly 20,000 miles every day. Qin Wushuang was burning with anxiety at the moment. He just wanted to return to the Wild Flame Cliff as soon as possible. 3 days later, Qin Wushuang finally arrived at the crest mountain. This time, Qin Wushuang was very careful and did not act rashly. Instead, he adjusted his body to the best condition and slowly dived in the direction of the Wild Flame Cliff. Obviously, after that battle, whether it was the heavenly punishing villa or the Sound of Thunder sect, it was impossible for them to stay here. Qin Wushuang walked on the empty crest mountain and did not see half a shadow. Stopping at the top of the Wild Flame Cliff, Qin Wushuang looked at the high cliff that was erupting with red flames as usual, but his heart was bursting with grief. Looking back at the stone forest, there were pieces of Qin Sheshuan's remains in the east and west. Qin Sheshuan's head was also hanging on a tree. His eyes were still open and he still maintained a calm attitude of indifference towards life and death. Qin Wushuang was both moved and impressed. He immediately cleaned up Qin Sheshuan's remains and wrapped them in a piece of oilcloth. Then, he sealed them to prevent them from deteriorating. After doing all this, Qin Wushuang walked to the edge of the high cliff again. His consciousness continued to radiate down, intending to use his consciousness to check. Using divine sense to check was naturally much more effective than shouting loudly. The place where his consciousness could reach, his voice could not reach. For a long time, Qin Wushuang's consciousness had searched very far, but he did not feel any trace of life. His heart was very anxious. He flapped his wings and rushed down the high cliff. Now, Qin Wushuang had the azure armor to protect his body. His defense against high temperature naturally increased a lot. As he continued to descend, the pressure of the high temperature was alleviated a lot. As he descended, Qin Wushuang continued to fly and spread his consciousness to search. But he still couldn't find any clues. Bao Bao and Lone seemed to have evaporated from the human world. They had directly melted into this high-temperature volcano. Bao Bao, Lone. Qin Wushuang's mouth and tongue felt dry. Inwardly, he felt even more disappointed. He had already searched for 3 days and 3 nights, continuously flying, caused his physical strength and true power to reach the limit. But he still didn't want to give up. Flying back to the high cliff, Qin Wushuang adjusted his breathing for a while and recovered some of his strength. Once again, he embarked on his search. They shuttled back and forth across the 1,000 miles of wild flame cliff, conducting a carpet search. However, the result still made him feel extremely disappointed. Just like that, he continued to adjust and search, but to no avail. However, in the depths of the wild flame cliff, there was a completely different world. At this moment, Lone was sitting on a rock. It was obvious that he was in low spirits. "Second brother, are you still thinking about going out?" Bao Bao scuttled out from the side. "Don't worry, just train at ease. When we reach the transformation void martial stage, of course we will fly out. Now, it's useless even if you break your head thinking about it." Lone gave a long sigh. "That's what you say, but being trapped in this devilish place, I always feel depressed." "I don't feel depressed, I'm just worried about boss." Bao Bao also gave a light sigh. "I guess that boss must be worried about us. Perhaps, he thinks we are dead, ha ha ha. One is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Second, don't frown. When we get out, this Shen Yuan mound will be the world of us three brothers." At any time, Bao Bao would not forget to maintain an optimistic attitude. Although the days at the bottom of this valley were not pleasant, it was a good thing for him that he did not die. Initially, these two had thought they would die for sure when they fell from the wild flame cliff. Unexpectedly, after falling down, besides the miserable high temperature, they were supported by a burst of powerful airflow when they landed. This airflow was the kind of raging flame that erupted from the wild flame cliff. Bao Bao had the bloodline of the Supreme Tao and Lone was a spiritual beast of the fire attribute. Although they were almost cooked by this high temperature, they had miraculously survived. When they fell to the bottom of the cliff, the high temperature was not as scorching as the top. With great difficulty, the two of them finally found a relatively safe place. Since Bao Bao was here, he would take things as they came. Each day, he continued to train and worked hard. However, Lone was somewhat depressed. Fortunately, Bao Bao would counsel him whenever he was free. Just like this, these two living treasures lived a life of mutual dependence at the bottom of the wild flame cliff. For now, this was not the case. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang had searched for half a month at the wild flame cliff. In the end, he was still extremely disappointed. Qin Wushuang wanted to break through the high cliff a few times and rush to the bottom of the cliff. However, he was always blocked by a burst of airflow and could not go down. In fact, this burst of airflow was the one that had saved Bao Bao's life. Only, this airflow had been in a state of eruption for a long time and only stopped for a short time. Since Qin Wushuang had rushed down for a long time, of course, he could not go down since he did not encounter the resting period. Bao Bao and the others were also swept down during the rest period. Once again, Qin Wushuang returned with disappointment and sat next to the high cliff. Thousands of thoughts filled his mind. Now, it was already dusk and another day was about to pass. "I will search for another 3 days. If I still find nothing, I will send Senior Qin Shushuan's body back to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to be buried. I will let him rest in peace." Qin Wushuang thought this way. The night was already dark. Deep inside the stone forest, Qin Wushuang found a secret place to rest. This was his habit every night. Although this crest mountain was very dangerous, he could not guarantee that there would be no cultivators passing by. Once someone passed by and harbored evil intentions, it would be inevitable that new problems would arise. Thus, at night, he paid great attention to self-protection. Currently, the starry sky was resplendent. Qin Wushuang raised his head to look at the night sky and his thoughts were boundless. While he was concentrating, suddenly, he saw 2 weak lights descending from the sky. Apparently, these were 2 martial artists passing by. They had also been attracted by the red light emitted from the wild flame cliff. "Black Panther, this is the crest mountain, the wild flame cliff, right?" An indifferent voice sounded. "Yes, young master, the wild flame cliff. This is the place." When Qin Wushuang heard the voices of these two, he immediately restrained his thoughts to avoid revealing any clues. Apparently, these two were also extremely careful. As soon as they had dropped to this wild flame cliff, they spread out their spiritual perception to search around. After making sure there were no threats, that young master said, "These three guys are truly crafty. We did not encounter any traces of them along the way. Could it be they could grow wings and fly away?" Young master, according to the information, most likely that Mu Rong Chenji had seen that Qin Wushuang at this crest mountain. After that, someone said that a great battle had occurred at this crest mountain. Most likely, those three guys had been killed and had fallen to the bottom of this wild flame cliff. Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. He was already somewhat numb when he heard his name. Currently, there should be news of him being hunted down everywhere in the Shen Yuan Mound, right? Mu Rong Chenji. The tone of that young man was full of resentment. When you saw that Qin Wushuang, why didn't you kill him? Could it be that you had instructed your daughter to run away from the marriage? The tone of this young man had become even more resentful. That subordinate, Black Panther, gave a long sigh. "Young master, you should stop thinking about these things. Since there is no news of that Qin Wushuang, how about you return to the Daoist sect? I will take care of the other matters." That young man shook his head. "I want to see him if he is alive, I want to see his corpse if he is dead." If Mu Rong Chenji had seen them here, then this Qin Wushuang might not have died. Besides, even if he is dead, it is not the time to end this matter. Even if he is dead, those mole crickets and crickets related to him in the human countries are still alive. Black Panther, have you taken care of the things I asked you to do? Black Panther immediately said, "Young master, it's almost done. I have already sent 4 or 5 of my trusted aides to spread rumors through different channels." He believed that these rumors had already spread to the Orderly Mountain Prefecture and the Judge Mountain Prefecture like a plague. Perhaps, not long after, these rumors will spread across the entire Shen Yuan Mound. "Very good, what did you say?" That young master, who was Luo Ting, asked lightly. "Ha, I said that Qin Wushuang was able to achieve such great accomplishments in such a short time because his sect and family had divine treasures. If he could get those divine treasures, not to mention in the human countries, even in the Shen Yuan Mound, it would be enough for him to become an existence that most martial artists would look up to. It would not be impossible for him to fight for the Heavenly Emperor Mountain." This Black Panther laughed eerily. Luo Ting laughed happily. "Good, you have pulled this rumor out of proportion. Divine treasures, ha. Of course, this is also true. Qin Wushuang has that monstrous bow and arrows, everyone has more room for imagination. I can completely imagine that in less than a month, those freelance martial artists of the Shen Yuan Mound, those poor bastards, will press into the human countries like locusts. Ha, Qin Wushuang. Sooner or later you will understand that to the Shen Yuan Mound, you are only a nouveau riche, a pitiful mole and cricket. Even if I move a finger, it would be enough to consign you to eternal damnation. I. The anger inside Qin Wushuang's heart burned rapidly. If it weren't for a voice telling him to calm down, he would have almost killed someone. Without a doubt, this person must be Luo Ting, Murong Shu's fiancé. Qin Wushuang never expected that this Luo Ting would be this narrow-minded and use such despicable methods to exact revenge. Trying hard to suppress the anger inside his heart, Qin Wushuang heard Luo Ting say again, "Black Panther, search again and see if you can find any clues." Yes, Qin Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. Control. This was the thought he kept telling himself. Any one of this Black Panther and Luo Ting were exceptional elite warriors. Even with the assistance of the graceful spiritual bow, Qin Wushuang would not be able to annihilate them all by himself. This time, he could not afford to lose. Once one of them escaped, to him, it would be a disaster. The Eastwood Qin clan and the Stargaze Palace would be trampled to the ground by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Ting. Qin Wushuang's anger burned fiercely. "One day, I will use 10 times the methods to make you pay for this." Qin Wushuang knew that all of his plans must be put on hold. His top priority was to return to the human countries. He could not hesitate for even a moment. It was because once the rumors spread out, just as Luo Ting had said, a large group of freelance martial artists would enter the human countries like locust. By that time, the Stargaze Palace and the Eastwood Qin clan would be in danger. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang was burning with impatience. He only wanted to fly back to the human countries immediately, back to his family. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 489. Black Panther searched around the Wild Flame Cliff for a while and did not find anything. Luo Ting also did not order him to keep searching. The night was silent. Qin Wushuang knew that if he were to leave now, most likely he would disturb these two guys. If he were to fight, it was not that he did not have any trump cards. The graceful spiritual bow and the sealed scroll would allow him to fight. However, he saw that Black Panther's strength was not weaker than Luo Ting. And Luo Ting was also at the profound void martial stage. He was extremely dazzling in the entire Xian Yuan mound. Qin Wushuang asked himself that he did not have much confidence in winning this battle. Especially since he did not have much research on that sealed scroll. In a hurry, he was also worried that he would overreach himself. After all, this was the battle he could not afford to lose. Qin Wushuang worked hard to control his emotions and warned himself not to be impulsive. He would endure this anger and settle this debt with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect in the future. Of course, he also wanted to hear how many more schemes this Luo Ting had. As they walked to the end of the long night, the dawn appeared from the east. Luo Ting opened his eyes and looked at that rising sun. He said leisurely, "Black Panther, we must go." Black Panther stood up and suggested again, "Young master, I think you should return to the sect first. Let me take care of the matters here." A trace of a sinister smile emerged from the corner of Luo Ting's mouth. "Black Panther, there is no rush to return to the sect. I will search again. If there is no news, I will hurry to the human countries. At that time, we will meet there." "Young master, why are you going to the human countries?" Black Panther asked with surprise. However, Qin Wushuang was moved. "This Luo Ting is going to the human countries? That's great. I will wait for you at the human countries." When he thought here, Qin Wushuang felt much calmer inwardly. Since this guy was going to the human countries, it would be the best. Qin Wushuang swore inwardly that as long as this Luo Ting went to the human countries, Qin Wushuang would never let him return to the Xian Yuan mound alive. He only heard that Luo Ting laugh leisurely. "Black Panther, don't forget, ever since that bitch left the floating snow house, I have not heard any news about her. Perhaps she was still in the human kingdom. Since she likes to stay in the human kingdoms and associate herself with the ants of the human kingdoms, I will let her witness the ugliness of those ants dying in despair." It was very obvious that Luo Ting had not received any emotional feedback from Murungshu for a long time. As time passed, it had already become a kind of heart demon, causing his mentality to become intensely distorted. Hearing Luo Ting's words, Black Panther gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to say something in his heart, he knew that it was useless to say anything. As a subordinate, he knew his young master's character better than anyone else. "All right, but young master, if you go personally, you must not reveal your identity. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will affect the dojo." Luo Ting said indifferently, "Black Panther, do I still need you to teach me these things? I'm very clear about when to show up and when not to." "All right, young master, then let's split up." Black Panther didn't dare to disobey. "Go." As the two of them spoke, they both soared into the sky and left Wild Flame Cliff. Qin Wushuang remained motionless. After a moment of daze in the stone forest, he stood up. After standing for a moment on top of the Wild Flame Cliff, he said inwardly, "Bow bow, Lone, I hope you guys are still alive. I hope the three of us brothers can reunite one day. It's not that I abandoned you guys, but the situation forced me to return to the human countries to settle down." When he said here, Qin Wushuang no longer lingered. Hardening his heart, he turned around and left the Wild Flame Cliff. However, this time, Qin Wushuang did not fly back. Instead, he continued to move forward. His current destination was the Bowl Valley. Last night, Qin Wushuang had already planned out the entire plan thoroughly. He knew that it would take at least half a month to return to the human countries from the original route. He could not afford to delay. Now, if that rumor had already spread, he believed that some of those freelance martial artists who were waiting for an opportunity had already set out. After all, for such matter, the early bird catches the worm. Of course, according to Qin Wushuang's estimation, regardless of the speed of these people, they would not reach the human countries in a short time. After all, to pass through the human countries, they must pass through the dispersed praying mountain. After passing through the dispersed praying mountain, it would take some time to reach the Great Luo Empire. Currently, Qin Wushuang could still make it. Of course, the prerequisite was to return through the 7 deadly formation arrays. Only through the transportation formation could he make it back immediately. This time, Qin Wushuang's speed was even faster. When he arrived at the Bowl Valley, although that thatched cottage was still there, it appeared extremely desolate with no one inside. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt somewhat disappointed. He remembered how that innocent young girl had been taken away by that group of tyrannical and swift women. Indeed, it had spoiled the mood. Perhaps, he would never see such a pure and innocent girl again in his lifetime. Perhaps, when he saw her again, Shui Ruolan would no longer be that pure orchid blooming in the empty valley. Qin Wushuang had no time to feel sad as he rushed towards the direction of the Tortoise King Mountain. When he arrived at the Tortoise King Mountain, Qin Wushuang acted cautiously. After eliminating all dangers, he slowly entered through the mechanism and arrived before that formation. Ever since Qin Wushuang had left this mountain cave, all the treasures had been taken away. There was only one formation here. For this transportation formation, Qin Wushuang knew clearly that it was a two-way transportation. Moving forward, it would lead to the 5th loop of the Endless Eastern Sea. Moving forward, it would lead to the 3rd loop, which was the 3rd loop of the Red Dragon Empire and the Divine Dragon territory in the human countries. Qin Wushuang also knew that to enter the 5th loop, one would need to be at the profound void martial stage. Currently, Qin Wushuang could only look at the dust in the distance. However, it would not require these requirements to be transported back. After all, if Qin Wushuang had been transported from the 3rd loop, naturally he could also be transported back from the 4th loop. This was the basic setup of this formation. When Qin Wushuang thought here, he stood above that formation. He began to activate the formation. He did not waste any time. He knew that he was racing against time. Although he calculated that he would definitely make it in time. However, the world was unpredictable. The earlier he went back, the earlier he could make plans. It would be easier to handle everything. At least, he would be able to grasp some initiative. The activation of the formation was exclusive to Qin Wushuang. Without the divine power from his body, he would not be able to activate this formation. Currently, Qin Wushuang was already familiar with this formation. As he poured in his spiritual qi, 5 colored lights overflowed everywhere. Instantly, a ball of light appeared in the middle of the formation and wrapped around Qin Wushuang's body. Suddenly, he was sent into the transportation formation. Qin Wushuang was inside the space of the formation. It was as if the moment he closed and opened his eyes, or as if 3 to 5 years had passed. Inside the formation, Qin Wushuang could not grasp the concept of time. He only felt that the ball of light around his body had suddenly withdrawn. That layer of heat that wrapped around his body had also disappeared. Then, when Qin Wushuang opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the core area of the 3rd layer of the formation. Qin Wushuang opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar surroundings, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. However, he did not have much time to waste. He directly entered the core area of the 3rd layer of the formation and activated the formation again. Spiritual qi poured in, and the familiar 5-colored divine lights pushed Qin Wushuang into the transportation formation again. Almost exactly the same, Qin Wushuang arrived at the area of the 2nd layer of the formation in the blink of an eye. It was also the hinterland of the Great Kang Mountain that he was most familiar with. It was also the place where Qin Wushuang's martial path began, the place where Qin Wushuang's dream began. Everything was still so familiar. However, This cave was now being developed and used. There were already many traces of development inside. It could be seen that the heavenly royal mansion's development of this cave was already on a large scale. With such scale, it would not be a problem to accommodate 1,000 or 800 people. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. Everything was like a dream. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wushuang had returned to the human countries. He had returned to the place he was most familiar with, his hometown that he yearned for day and night. This time, Qin Wushuang did not choose to leave through the exit of the mechanism. Instead, he chose to leave through the exit of the cliff. After exiting the cliff, Qin Wushuang arrived at the Great Kang Mountain with ease. He had left countless footprints on this Great Kang Mountain. As he walked on the familiar mountain path, the scene of him training diligently during his youth was still vivid in his mind. Qin Wushuang had a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Yet, he could only suppress them. When he walked halfway up the mountain, he looked down and saw that the entire heavenly royal city had been completed. The grand and majestic buildings made the heavenly royal city appear extremely imposing. However, Qin Wushuang had seen a true major city in the Xianyuan Mound. Although this heavenly royal city was good, it could not shock Qin Wushuang. However, there was the so-called saying of how the water was good for one's hometown, and the moon was bright for one's hometown. Qin Wushuang would never lack feelings for the land at the foot of the Great Kang Mountain. In terms of feelings, he would always lean toward this place. The heavenly royal mansion had also been completed. It was extremely exquisite. Currently, Qin Wushuang was already an invincible existence across the entire human countries. Naturally, he could enter and leave a place like the heavenly royal mansion as he wished. Through his observation, the defense of this heavenly royal mansion was extremely exquisite. For sure, such defense was impregnable within the boundaries of the subordinate countries. Even across the entire human countries, unless one was at the perfect stage, it would be difficult for elite warriors of other levels to gain any benefits. When Qin Wushuang saw that the heavenly royal mansion was peaceful, he also put down the giant stone that had been hanging high in his heart. It was good that everything was fine. As long as he had made it back, he would be able to take on any matter regardless of the heavens. When Qin Wushuang arrived before his father's room, he realized that his father was not there. When he arrived at the residence of his sister and brother-in-law, they were also not there. Even little Cheng Cheng was not there. For a time, Qin Wushuang felt somewhat confused. However, when he saw that the entire mansion was peaceful, he was not worried. Unconsciously, he walked towards the ancestral house of the Qin clan. Indeed, the area around the ancestral house was tightly protected. Of course, to Qin Wushuang, these protections were as easy as entering an uninhabited area. Soon, Qin Wushuang arrived before the ancestral house. When he listened outside the door, he realized that his father, sister, brother-in-law, and Cheng Cheng were all inside the ancestral house. To the ancestors of the Qin clan, this unfilial descendant, Qin Lianshan, is here to pray. My son Wushuang did not disappoint the ancestors. He has reached the perfect stage and is heading to the forbidden spiritual zone of the Xianyuan Mound with the hegemon-breaking formation spear. I pray for the blessings of the ancestors to allow Wushuang to overcome all difficulties and achieve great things. I, Qin Lianshan, am willing to bear all the sins. When Qin Lianshan said these words, he kowtowed a few times sincerely. Behind him, Da Shiming's family of 3 also kowtowed. Suddenly, little Cheng Cheng said, "Grandpa, Uncle is so powerful, for sure he will be fine." "Yes, Daddy, what you think about during the day, you dream about it at night. You must have missed Wushuang too much and dreamed that something happened to him." Qin Lianshan gave a long sigh. "Xiao, that Xianyuan Mound is extraordinary. Of course, perhaps you are thinking too much. Wushuang has been blessed throughout his life. Even if there are dangers, he will be fine." When Qin Wushuang heard his relative's concern, waves of warmth rushed through his heart. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 490. Recently, This Qin Wushuang had been dreaming about different kinds of ominous signs. For a while, he would dream about Qin Wushuang's bloody body floating before him. Then, he would dream about the destruction of the heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Then, he would dream about powerful enemies attacking the heavenly royal mansion. These nightmares troubled Qin Lianshan and caused him to feel ill at ease. Because of this reason, Qin Lianshan had brought his entire family to this ancestral house to pray and ask for the blessing of the ancestors. In the end, he missed his son dearly. Ming how do you feel recently? Qin Lianshan asked Da Shiming. Da Shiming said calmly, ever since I ate that green ice heart fruit, my training has progressed by leaps and bounds. I am already very stable at the middle stage. Yes, Ming you need to work harder. I also thought about it. Since Wushuang has advanced by leaps and bounds, the Qin cannot rely on him alone. The more we increase our strength, the more stable the position of the heavenly royal mansion will be. And we will have more assurance when we face an invasion from the outside. I understand, Father. Currently, in the human countries, not many people would dare to target the heavenly royal mansion. Now, we need to be on guard against the hidden dangers from the forbidden spiritual zones. Da Shiming was someone with foresight. Ming you are right. With Wushuang's reputation, the more he is in the limelight, the easier it will be for him to attract unwanted attention. We cannot drag Wushuang down. Just when Da Shiming was about to speak, Qin Xiu said, Father, if Wushuang hears these words, he will not be happy. We are all family, how could there be such a thing as dragging him down? When Qin Wushuang heard these words, he was also moved. In a flash, he walked into the ancestral house. Father, brother-in-law. Sister is right, we are all family, how could there be such words? Qin Wushuang was extremely moved. His sudden appearance had surprised the entire family. Even Da Shiming looked at Qin Wushuang blankly. Apparently, he was extremely surprised by his sudden appearance. Wushuang. Qin Lianshan's eyes were full of joy. When the family was reunited, they naturally had endless things to say to each other. However, Qin Wushuang knew that his identity could not be exposed for the time being. After all, some people already knew that Qin Wushuang had entered the Xian Yuan Mound. If he were to appear in the human countries at this time, people would naturally wonder how he had traveled so far. In that case, the secret of the 7 deadly arrays formation might be exposed. No matter what, it would take a powerhouse at the void refining stage at least 10 days to half a month to travel from the Judge Mountain Prefecture to the human countries. When they had returned to the royal mansion, Qin Wushuang explained the reason for his return. Hearing this, Qin Lianshan's expression turned solemn. He sighed, Ming Xiu it seems that I have some premonitions in my dreams. However, Qin Xiu felt somewhat indignant. Wushuang, that heavenly Luo Daoist sect has gone too far. Especially that Luo Ting, even if you have a grudge against the 9 Palace faction, it is all in the past. Even if the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wanted to vent their anger for the 9 Palace faction, they should not be this despicable. Da Shiming did not find it strange that Luo Ting thinks he is the son of heaven of the Xian Yuan Mound. When dealing with people of the human countries, didn't he see us as crickets and crickets that he could pinch at will? For such a person, it would be fine if he did not offend them. Once he did, for sure he would act without restraint. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. Now, the reason is not important. What is important is that for sure, our heavenly royal mansion will be harassed by those freelance martial artists from the Xian Yuan Mound. If I had not returned, the situation would have been extremely difficult. Qin Lianshan and the others knew clearly that if elite warriors from the Xian Yuan Mound had come to the human countries, it would be a nightmare for the human country. By the way, Wushuang, where are your 2 friends? Suddenly, Qin Xiu remembered. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt a wave of sadness. When he thought of Bao Bao and Lone, he could not help but feel sad. Sister, many things happened on the way to the Xian Yuan Mound. To cover me, Bao Bao and Lone fell into a volcanic cliff. They are dead. Qin Xiu's flowery face had lost all color. Apparently, she was extremely shocked. Qin Wushuang shook his head resolutely. They will not die, I firmly believe that they are not dead. This is my premonition. I feel that they are still alive. Regardless, this time, Qin Wushuang would face the attack from the foreign enemies alone. Without the help of Bao Bao and Lone, the situation would become even more difficult. However, Qin Wushuang had his own trump card, the 12 sealed scrolls. He could summon 5 of them. According to the message left by the owner of the 7 deadly formation arrays, there were 12 spiritual beasts on those 12 sealed scrolls. They were arranged according to the 12 zodiac signs. Among them, 2 were at the transformation void martial stage and 3 were at the profound void martial stage. Additionally, there were 3 at the perfect void martial stage, 2 at the profound mysterious stage, and 2 at the common mysterious stage. Currently, Qin Wushuang was at the refined void martial stage. According to the conditions of summoning across 2 levels, he could summon the spiritual beasts from the Eastern Dawn country. This way, it should not be a problem to deal with most situations. Among the freelance martial artists, elite warriors that had reached the profound void martial stage were already exceptional. Even at the Shen Yuan Mound, those at the perfect void martial stage were exceptional existences. Certainly, they would not come to the human countries easily. On this point, Qin Wushuang understood it well. Although he had only been to the Orderly Mountain Prefecture and the Judge Mountain Prefecture on this trip to the Shen Yuan Mound. However, he had seen the tip of the iceberg regarding the overall strength of the Shen Yuan Mound. In the Shen Yuan Mound, the number of freelance martial artists was the highest. However, it was rare to see those with high achievements among the freelance martial artists. Most of the elite warriors from the Shen Yuan Mound's forbidden spiritual zones came from sects. With the Orderly Mountain Prefecture as an example, the strongest sect was the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect. Similar to the primary central sect of the Judge Mountain Prefecture, they were both third to second-rate powerhouses. For these powerhouses, the strongest leader only had the strength of the perfect void martial stage. If one had the strength of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, they would be the true leader of the second-rate powerhouses. For example, Mu Rong Chenji, such figure could be counted as a feudal lord in the Shen Yuan Mound. Although he was not part of the top group, he could be ranked in the Shen Yuan Mound. On the surface, he was a second-rate powerhouse. However, for your information, in the entire Shen Yuan Mound, only the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates were called first-rate. Plus, there were a few other first-rate powerhouses that were qualified to compete for the position of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. In total, there would not be more than 15 first-rate powerhouses. Next, they would all be second-rate powerhouses. For such second-rate powerhouses, there would not be more than 50 in the Shen Yuan Mound. The Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and the Floating Snow House were the well-known figures among these second-rate powerhouses. For sure, the leaders of these second-rate powerhouses had surpassed the perfect void martial stage. They were the powerful existences that had shattered the void and entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. For this point, Qin Wushuang had already obtained proof from Mu Rong Chenji. Initially at the Crest Mountain, even if Qin Wushuang had the graceful spiritual bow, he could not even touch Mu Rong Chenji's shadow, not to mention attacking him. In other words, to Qin Wushuang, the exquisite mysterious boundary stage was still an unattainable existence. With these psychological bottom line, Qin Wushuang had a thorough plan on how to arrange the battle plan. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not fight with these foreign powerhouses head-on. This time, he had returned to relocate all his family members and trusted aides from the Heavenly Royal Mansion. The entire Heavenly Royal Mansion would carry out a strategic retreat. Only by relocating his family members, Qin Wushuang could fight without restraint. Of course, the relocation of his family members would be that secret cave in the Great Kang Mountain, the second circle of the 7 deadly arrays formation. Of course, Qin Wushuang was still somewhat worried. After all, that cave had an exit at the cliff. To ordinary elite warriors, most likely they would not be able to find it. However, to those elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage who could work in the sky, most likely they would be able to find some clues if they were to fly past that place unintentionally. Therefore, Qin Wushuang must make sure that nothing would go wrong. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang said to Qin Lianshan, "Father, I need you guys to relocate for a while. During this time, I will arrange for you guys to stay in that cave in the Great Kang Mountain. I don't need too many people, I only need to bring all my trusted aides." Naturally, the trusted aides of the Heavenly Royal Mansion were the group of men of sacrifice trained by Qin Wushuang. Plus a few butlers, Qin Lianchuan, and the others. Qin Lianshan understood the situation and nodded. "This is simple. I only need to announce to the outside world that I am going out to hunt. It will not be a problem for me to go out for a year and a half." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Good, this is a good reason. Let's do it. Brother-in-law, you will be in charge of transporting some necessary materials into that cave. It must be enough to last more than 100 people for half a year. This is simple, leave it to me. I will take care of it in 3 days." Qin Wushuang said, "Okay, then it's settled. Father, you will announce to the outside world that you are going out to hunt." Qin Lianshan was still worried. "Wushuang, if those bandits come and cannot find us, will they make a move on the innocent servants of the mansion?" "Father, don't worry. These freelance martial artists are more cunning than foxes. They know best what can be done and what cannot be done. They were lured here by the rumors and are aiming for those unwanted divine treasures. They do not have the guts to kill the innocent. Or else, in the future when the matter is exposed, someone will judge them." The 10,000-year contract had stated clearly that martial artists of the forbidden spiritual zones must never lay their hands on the innocent civilians of the human countries. Qin Wushuang's words made Qin Lianshan feel reassured. "Father, I still need to make a trip to the Stargaze Palace. When those bandits arrive, they only have 2 targets. One is the Heavenly Royal Mansion, and the other is the Stargaze Palace." Of course, Qin Lianshan understood as he nodded. "Wushuang, this is the right thing to do. The Stargaze Palace helped you achieve your goal, you should not forget your roots. Okay, Wushuang, there is no time to lose. Go to the Stargaze Palace immediately. I will prepare to announce the hunting plan. Uncle, you must go home quickly. Cheng Cheng is waiting for you to tell us about the Xian Yuan Mound." Little Cheng Cheng also joined in the fun. Qin Lianshan said, "Yes, Wushuang, I am also waiting for you to tell us about the Xian Yuan Mound." "Okay, father, sister, brother-in-law, I will come back immediately after I have settled the Stargaze Palace." After bidding farewell to his family, Qin Wushuang quietly left the Heavenly Royal Mansion and rushed towards the Stargaze Palace. The Baiyu country was not close to the Stargaze Palace of the Great Luo Empire. In the past, Qin Wushuang would need some time. However, to the current Qin Wushuang, he would only need 4 to 6 hours to travel this distance when he spread his wings. Along the way, Qin Wushuang was also careful. He felt gratified that everything in the Great Luo Empire was stable. At least for now, there were no signs of foreign enemies infiltrating the empire. Urgent monthly votes. All warriors of the Galaxia, please come to my aid. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 491. Ever since they had dealt a heavy blow to the Nine Palace faction, the rise of the Stargaze Palace was unstoppable in the human countries. The rise of the Stargaze Palace had also solidified the position of the Great Luo Empire as an upper-ranking empire. Currently, in the human countries, the Nine Palace faction had completely fallen. Naturally, the status of the Red Dragon Empire had also fallen, and they could not be compared to the other 3 upper-ranking empires. And joyous events seemed to follow one after another. Ever since the Great Luo had become an upper-ranking empire, those disciples of the Stargaze Palace had also been stimulated. They had become more motivated to train and had also achieved gratifying breakthroughs. Currently, many of those core disciples had also broken through. They were no longer at the initial stage, as each of them had entered the middle stage. And Wei Yi had entered the advanced stage. Indeed, he was in the limelight. Of course, since Wei Yi had the natural spiritual roots, it was not enough to be happy that he had entered the advanced stage. Most importantly, He had been inspired by Qin Wushuang and had become more motivated to train. After such a long time, he had also achieved gratifying results. He was not far away from the perfect stage. And those palace masters were the happiest. Besides Zhuobuchuan and Tan Zhongqi, the other 3 palace masters had all achieved breakthroughs and entered the perfect stage. This was something they had never dared to imagine. Indeed, 100 flowers were blooming. Of course, all of this was inseparable from Zhuobuchuan and Tan Zhongqi's support and advice. For training, the effect of a few words from an experienced person was apparent. Currently, the entire Stargaze Palace was flourishing. Inside the main hall of the Stargaze Palace, the 5 palace masters had gathered. They were meeting with an important guest. An important guest from the dispersed praying mountain. This person had a head full of silver hair and a silver beard. Despite his skinny figure, he was brimming with vigor. He gave off an otherworldly feeling. Although this person sat on the guest seat, it was apparent that the 5 palace masters respected him. This person said with a solemn tone, "Palace masters, this time, I came in a hurry and will not stay any longer. However, all of these information are true and without any falsehoods. I only hope that all palace masters will make the necessary preparations. Or else, when those freelance martial artists cross the border, the Stargaze Palace will not have peace. Your Majesty the Monkey King traveled thousands of miles to deliver this message. This shows how righteous you are." Zhuobuchuan's expression was also serious as he said with a sincere tone, "Although the Stargaze Palace is only a sect in the human countries, we will not allow ourselves to be trampled on. Those freelance martial artists from the forbidden spiritual zones came to cause trouble. Even if we go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain of the Shen Yuan Mound to complain, we must seek justice. Complaining is one thing, but protecting the sect is the most important thing. When those rogue cultivators come, they won't be polite." This old man was the Silver Monkey King. Ever since the Silver Monkey King entered the Void Refinement Realm, it had refined its appearance in the vacuum. With this appearance, it looked very imposing. If he had not said that he was the Silver Monkey King of the Monkey Clan, of course, Zhuobuchuan and the others would not have recognized him. Zhuobuchuan said, "Please rest assured, Monkey King. Since we know the ambitions of these people, of course, the Stargaze Palace will not sit and wait for death. I have to thank the Monkey King for his righteousness." The Silver Monkey King said, "This is how it should be. Back then, Qin Wushuang had also helped our Monkey Clan a lot. He was just returning the favor by sending this message. 5 palace masters, please make plans early. Now, a large group of freelance martial artists is crossing the border. I must return to the Monkey King Mountain as soon as possible to avoid any accidents." "Okay, if that's the case, we will not ask you to stay." Zhuobuchuan and the others knew the importance and would not ask the Silver Monkey King to stay as a guest. They all stood up to send him off. The Silver Monkey King did not act pretentious as he bid farewell and left. After the 5 palace masters had sent the Silver Monkey King away, they gathered again. Each of them felt gloomy inwardly. Without a doubt, the news brought by the Silver Monkey King had enlightened the apathetic. Unconsciously, the Stargaze Palace had been suppressed by a wave of invisible crisis. And this crisis was incomparable to any of the previous ones. For your information, regardless of how powerful their enemies were in the past, they were only within the human countries. Although they were much stronger than the Stargaze Palace, in the end, they knew themselves and the enemy. However, this time, those freelance martial artists from the forbidden spiritual zones were mixed in with the honest folk. There were both strong and weak ones. No one knew how many people would come and when they would come. They had no idea. The more uncertain they were, the more troublesome it would be. Head Palace Master, most likely, this crisis is even more serious than the 9 palaces invasion. At least, last time we knew who the enemy was. This time, we don't even know who the enemy is. This was the voice of Tian Zhixing, the 5th Palace Master. Currently, Tian Zhixing also appeared somewhat anxious. "Head Palace Master, there is no time to lose. We must make a decision. Or else, the Stargaze Palace will not survive." Zhong Wuyin, the 3rd Palace Master, could not help but say, "5th, Initially, when we were only at the advanced stage, we were never afraid. Now, the 5 of us are all at the perfect stage. Even if the strength of the Xian Yuan Mound is unfathomable, we still have the capital to fight since they are all freelance martial artists. Of course, Zhong Wuyin's words were immediately rejected by all the other palace masters. Especially Leng Qiuqi, the 4th palace master. He shook his head with determination. Third, although we have all achieved a gratifying breakthrough in the Xian Yuan Mound, it would be difficult for us to enter the perfect stage. It would be better if only elite warriors at the refined void martial stage had come. However, according to the words of the Silver Monkey King, for sure, not only elite warriors at the refined void martial stage had come. Transformation and even elite warriors at the profound void martial stage would have come upon hearing the news. Let me ask, if an elite warrior at the transformation void martial stage had come, what capital would we use to fight? Indeed, as Leng Qiuqi had said, if an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage had come, they would not have the capital to fight. The entire Stargaze Palace would only be massacred. Zhuo Buchuan glanced at Tan Zhongqi and asked, "Second, what are you thinking?" Tan Zhongqi said lightly, "It's easy for us. On the contrary, I am worried about Wushuang's safety at the Xian Yuan Mound. Those rumors were all caused by Wushuang. Divine treasure, haha, I've been to that Eastward Qin clan. Although it is a place with good feng shui, the so-called divine treasure is nonsense. Wushuang's graceful spiritual bow was given to him by a friend. Although it is powerful, it might not be a divine treasure. First Palace Master, the way I see it, it's very likely that those rumors were deliberately spread by someone." Zhuo Buchuan nodded slowly. Second's words make sense. "I am also thinking, could this be a conspiracy against Wushuang?" Zhong Wuyin said, "Regardless of whether it is a conspiracy or not, the truth has already happened. We can only adapt to the situation. How about we go to the Eastward Qin clan? Last time when the 9 Palace had invaded, Wei Yi and the others went to that mountain cave to seek refuge." Tian Zhixing suggested. "No, last time, the enemy was the 9 Palace. This time, the enemy will be stronger. It's still unknown whether that mountain cave is safe. I think we should follow the old rules and dismiss all the disciples and leave an empty nest for them." Each of the 5 palace masters had their own ideas and suggestions. Everyone focused their gaze on Zhuo Buchuan. Zhuo Buchuan said, "This is also not appropriate. The Stargaze Palace is the foundation left by our ancestors. Of course, it's not appropriate to abandon it. Or else, if the Stargaze Palace falls, how could we have the face to see our ancestors in the underworld?" The other 4 palace masters all nodded sadly. Indeed, it would be unreasonable to abandon the foundation of the Stargaze Palace and run away. Suddenly, Tan Zhongqi said, "Head Palace Master, we already have the 3 spiritual keys to enter the Endless Eastern Sea. I think this is an opportunity." Tan Zhongqi's words attracted the attention of the other palace masters. All these palace masters nodded and fell into a state of deep thought. "Second, what do you mean?" "Head Palace Master, to avoid this crisis, we only need to open the seal of the Endless Eastern Sea. We will send those core disciples to the Endless Eastern Sea. The exploration of the Endless Eastern Sea carries great risks. If we send the core disciples to the Endless Eastern Sea and they do not return, the future of the Stargaze Palace will be bleak. Third, we don't need them to explore when we send them. They only need to enter and wander around the border area. Do not go too deep into the Endless Eastern Sea. When the risk is over, we will let them out. We have all been to the Endless Eastern Sea. In the initial part of the journey, besides the strong waves, there were no other risks." Besides Zhuo Buchuan, the other 3 palace masters all nodded thoughtfully. They felt Tan Zhongqi's suggestion was good. However, Zhuo Buchuan said with a bitter smile, "Second, I am only worried that after this battle, will you and I still have the chance to open the seal of the Endless Eastern Sea for them? Head Palace Master, even if we are to fight to the death for the foundation of the Stargaze Palace, we can give the spiritual keys to others to take care of and let them leave the Stargaze Palace. For these matters, regardless of those guardians or the Shakyamuni, we can entrust them to us." Zhuo Buchuan fell into silence. After a while, he gave a long sigh. I am afraid we can only arrange it this way. All 5 palace masters had a heavy heart. Apparently, they also felt a deep sense of powerlessness towards the upcoming situation. They had never felt this sense of powerlessness before the invasion of the 9 palace faction. At this time, suddenly, Tan Zhongqi's eyes lit up. Wushuang? From the direction where he stopped, Qin Wushuang had floated in from the outside. Without a sound, like a gust of wind, he gave people the feeling that they could not see him clearly. When the other 4 palace masters saw Qin Wushuang, all of them revealed a joyful expression. Qin Wushuang stepped forward and bowed. It's an honor to meet you, palace masters. Wushuang. Tan Zhongqi grabbed Qin Wushuang's arm and was extremely excited. Wushuang, you are back. There is hope for the Stargaze Palace. When Qin Wushuang saw their expression and performance, he could not help but feel somewhat surprised. Palace masters, could it be you already know? Wushuang, the Silver Monkey King of the Dispersed Praying Mountain, had just left. He had delivered those rumors from the border. We already know about the situation. Yes, Wushuang, you also heard the news and came back? Qin Wushuang said angrily, everything is the scheme of that heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Instantly, Qin Wushuang spoke about Luo Ting's scheme in full detail. His words caused each of the 5 palace masters to burn with anger. All of them felt resentful towards Luo Ting's despicable and shameless actions. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 492. Head Palace Master, this heavenly Luo Daoist sect has gone too far and violated the 10,000-year agreement. We should file a complaint at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Filled with righteous indignation, Zhong Wuyin was clearly furious at the actions of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Tan Zhongqi also nodded seriously. The journey to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is long and arduous. However, since the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is pressuring us, if the Heavenly Emperor Mountain does not stop them, sooner or later the human countries will fall into endless calamity. Initially, the 5 forbidden spiritual zones had all participated in signing the agreement. When the heavenly Luo Daoist sect publicly tore up the agreement, not only would the Heavenly Emperor Mountain not tolerate them, the other forbidden spiritual zones would also interfere. By that time, the Xian Yuan Mound would become the public enemy of the other forbidden spiritual zones. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect cannot bear this responsibility. However, Zhuobuchuan gave a long sigh. It's easy to say to file a complaint. However, for this matter, how can we sue that heavenly Luo Daoist sect if we do not have any evidence? Qin Wushuang shared the same viewpoint as Zhuobuchuan as he said, Palace Masters, we must go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, it will not work just by filing a complaint. At least, the distant water will not quench the immediate thirst. Wushuang, do you have any good countermeasures? Tan Zhongqi was already used to the demonic performance of this disciple as he asked with expectation. Teacher, I plan to set up an ambush at the border of the Dispersed Praying Mountain to prevent these freelance martial artists from leaving. Only by killing them until they are scared, this matter will have a result. All other methods are not as effective as killing. Qin Wushuang's cold tone and unyielding attitude had shocked the 5 palace masters. Before this, they had never imagined Qin Wushuang's attitude. It was because Qin Wushuang would usually act with some discretion. He would only become furious and use unscrupulous methods when he had offended his reverse scale. However, after thinking about it for a while, they understood. Qin Wushuang had always had deep feelings for his family and the sect. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect had used rumors to target the Stargaze Palace and the heavenly royal mansion. Indeed, they had offended Qin Wushuang's reverse scale. Tan Zhongqi was emotionally moved. Wushuang, with your power alone, wouldn't it be too weak? By the way, where are your 2 friends? They had seen the Gold Monkey King and the Purple Flame Electric Beast. He knew that he was Qin Wushuang's right-hand man. Qin Wushuang felt a lump in his throat as he shook his head. Teacher, Bao Bao, Lone, and the others are all separated. Lost. Why? Could it be the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? They are not qualified. Qin Wushuang said with a heavy tone, the powerhouse involved in this matter is stronger than the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Let's not talk about that for now. Palace Masters, you should also make preparations at the Stargaze Palace. I will set up a line of defense at the pass of the dispersed Praying Mountain. On your side, you must also prepare to retreat at any time. Of course, I will exert all my efforts to prevent any freelance martial artist from the Shen Yuan Mound from wreaking havoc in the human country. Wushuang, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Tan Zhongqi was extremely concerned. Master, please believe me. Although Bao Bao and Lone are not here, my trip to the Shen Yuan Mound was not without any gains. I have enough trump cards in my hands to deal with them. Tan Zhongqi and Zhuobuchuan looked at each other and nodded slowly. This time, they saw an unprecedented domineering aura from Qin Wushuang. It made them realize that Qin Wushuang's growth had surpassed their knowledge. It was time for him to assume personal responsibility and even lead the overall situation. Wushuang, be careful over there. Exert all your efforts, but you must not force yourself. Tan Zhongqi patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder. On our side, we will still follow the plan and let the core disciples wait at the border of the endless Eastern Sea. Once the battle situation becomes critical, we will quickly move them to the endless Eastern Sea. Wushuang, if you cannot hold on, regroup with us at the exit of the endless Eastern Sea, understand? Head Palace Master, this way, that Luo Guyun already confessed. He already got the third spiritual key? Qin Wushuang was extremely satisfied. Good, with this escape route, I am more reassured. The head Palace Master said with a smile, Wushuang, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, how could those people of the Nine Raven Temple have given us the soul scouring technique? That third spiritual key is hidden at the back mountain of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Without this method, it would have been difficult to acquire this third spiritual key. Lin Dian and his group are still tamed, right? Qin Wushuang asked again. Lin Dian is quite a character. Zhuobuchuan praised. After he had arrived, he knew his position clearly. He never tried to steal the limelight and respected the 5 palace masters. He had contributed a lot to the Stargaze Palace. Wushuang, this is all thanks to you. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, after they have completely integrated into the Stargaze Palace, their contributions will be even greater. Palace Masters, this time, the outside world does not know about my secret return. Please do not expose my whereabouts. This way, I can set up an ambush at the dispersed Praying Mountain and catch them off guard. Of course. The 5 palace masters all responded. With the urgent situation, Qin Wushuang did not have the time to catch up. He discussed with the 5 palace masters about how to deal with the aftermath. They agreed that if they could not stop the freelance martial artists from invading, Qin Wushuang would regroup with them at the exit of the endless Eastern Sea. Of course, all of these arrangements must be carried out in secret. After he had arranged everything with the Stargaze Palace, on the next day, Qin Wushuang quietly returned to the heavenly royal mansion in the Bayou country. On Qin Lianshan's side, he was already prepared to go hunting. Of course, this was only a pretense. Qin Lianshan had already given a list to Qin Wushuang. In total, there were only 70 or 80 people. This group of people was also the core of the heavenly royal mansion. The hunting team set out and took a detour to enter the deep part of the Great Kang Mountain. When they arrived at that sheer cliff, they used ropes to overcome all difficulties and finally settled everyone down. This way, they avoided all eyes and ears. Qin Wushuang arrived at the mountain cave and spent the night with his family. He told them about his experience at the Shen Yuan Mound. Besides omitting the part about the 7 deadly arrays formation, he told them everything. Qin Lianshan listened as if he was drunk. Qin clan. Indeed, all the Qin clan in the world do not forget their roots. Wushuang, that 100-leaf Qin clan is also good. And that senior Qin Shushuan has the demeanor of an elite warrior. When Qin Wushuang thought about Qin Shushuan, he felt a wave of sadness inwardly. He remembered Qin Shushuan's request. Even in death, he would not forget to return to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even in death, his body must be buried in the ancestral grave of the Qin. Father, this set of armor is at the Void Martial stage. Now, I can no longer use it, so I will give it to you. Qin Wushuang gave that set of armor he had acquired from the third circle of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation to Qin Lianshan. With this set of armor, even an attack from a perfect stage warrior would not harm his father. Uncle, are you leaving again? Little Cheng Cheng raised his little head and asked innocently. Cheng Cheng, I am going to beat up the bad guys. Qin Wushuang stood up and said to Qin Lianshan, Father, you guys stay here for now, it's suitable for training. I will go to the border pass of the dispersed praying mountain and ambush those freelance martial artists who do not care about their lives. If the situation is dire, I will return to the Great Kang Mountain and take you guys to a safer place. Okay. Wushuang, you must take care. Take care. Qin Xiu and Da Shiming both came up and hugged Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang bid farewell to his family and without hesitation, rushed to the border of the dispersed praying mountain. Qin Wushuang was already extremely familiar with the dispersed praying mountain. Along the way, Qin Wushuang was also careful to ensure that no freelance martial artists had arrived early and headed towards the Great Luo Empire. After 2 days, Qin Wushuang arrived at the Nine Raven Empire and the border of the dispersed praying mountain. Although Qin Wushuang was already at the refined void martial stage, he still had to go in and out through those fixed entrances. It was because the other places at the border had powerful seals. Those were the barriers set up by the elite warriors of the 5 forbidden spiritual zones. Besides the fixed entrances, it was impossible to pass through the other barriers. Of course, with Qin Wushuang's current skills, it was easy to enter through the fixed entrances. On this day, Qin Wushuang arrived at the sky-breaking city at the border of the dispersed praying mountain. This was the last city between the human countries and the forbidden spiritual zones. Since Qin Wushuang had been here before, of course, he was not unfamiliar with it. He planned to rest for a night at the sky-breaking city and enter the dispersed praying mountain the next day. He raised his head and saw an inn. Just as Qin Wushuang walked in, a figure also walked out from the inn. This figure was petite. When she raised her head and saw it was Qin Wushuang, she was shocked. Young Master Qin, in the past, Qin Wushuang had worn a mask when he came to the sky-breaking city. This time, he had restored his true face and kept a low profile. He thought that no one would recognize him. Unexpectedly, he had met someone he knew here. Miss Little Bamboo. Why are you here? This figure was none other than Murong Shu's personal maid, Little Bamboo. Little Bamboo revealed an ecstatic expression as she chuckled. I am not the only one here, my Missy is also here. Okay, I will go tell Missy now. After she had finished speaking, she made a face at Qin Wushuang and ran upstairs at a fast speed. Meeting Murong Shu here by chance, Qin Wushuang instantly remembered that time when he had met Murong Shu. Then, scenes of his interactions with Murong Shu emerged in his mind. It made Qin Wushuang feel happy. While he was lost in his thoughts, Little Bamboo had already floated downstairs. Young Master, my Missy is upstairs. When he saw Murong Shu again, Murong Shu's graceful bearing remained the same. Only, from head to toe, there was a trace of fatigue from the long journey. When he saw Qin Wushuang, Murong Shu was somewhat apologetic as he said lightly, Young Master Qin, I am sorry. Qin Wushuang gave a free and easy smile. I am indebted to Missy Murong, how can I be sorry? Young Master Qin, my Missy has heard about those bounties at the Xian Yuan Mound. She feels very sorry. My Missy is preparing to go to the Stargaze Palace to deliver the news. Little Bamboo said quickly. Missy Murong, this matter was caused by the tyrannical behavior of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I have already sent the information back to the Stargaze Palace. Thank you for your concern. Hearing the words of Qin Wushuang, Murong Shu felt slightly reassured. However, Little Bamboo said indignantly, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is truly shameless. I think that Luo Ting was the one behind that second-level bounty order. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and did not speak a word. Young Master Qin, I heard that you went to the Shen Yuan Mound, is this rumor true? Yes. Qin Wushuang did not hide it. Counting the days, it would not be too sudden for him to appear at the dispersed praying mountain. Little Bamboo opened her mouth to ask again. However, she heard Murong-shu say, "Girl, you talk too much." Little Bamboo stuck out her tongue and said with a chuckle, "Missy, you have so much to say, wouldn't it be stuffy if you keep it all to yourself? Isn't it good for me to be your mouthpiece?" As she spoke, Little Bamboo asked with a smile, "Young Master Qin, I heard that my old master also came out and posted a bounty to see you. I wonder if you've seen him." Hearing Little Bamboo's question, Murong-shu also fixed his gaze at Qin Wushuang with concern. Apparently, he also wanted to know the answer. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 493. Qin Wushuang nodded calmly. At the crest mountain of the Judge Mountain, I met Lord Murong. He was extremely concerned about you. Hearing the words of Qin Wushuang, Murong-shu felt somewhat reassured. She asked with a gentle voice, "Did my father blame me?" "He did say a few words, but in my opinion, it's not that simple. Lord Murong was more concerned about you and did not seem to blame you. Only, he was worried that you had gone to other forbidden spiritual zones. That's why he came to find you." Instantly, the frustration between Murong-shu's brows also relaxed a lot. As if the clouds and mist had dispersed, all of her worries had melted like ice. Little Bamboo even let out a long sigh of relief. She stroked her chest and said with a relieved tone, "Thank the heavens, it seems that the master did not blame you. Then, I should not be beaten by him." This little girl had been worried that she would be beaten by the master after escaping with her miss. Hearing the tone of young Master Qin Wushuang, apparently, the master did not get angry. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Miss Little Bamboo, Lord Murong is broad-minded. Certainly, he would not blame you for this matter. This way, the master did not object to you leaving the floating snow house?" Lights of joy emerged from Little Bamboo's eyes as she asked with a chuckle. "At least, I did not see any intention to object," Qin Wushuang said honestly. Okay. Little Bamboo appeared to be radiant with joy as she turned around to say to Miss Murong, "Miss, did you hear that?" From the bottom of his heart, the master also does not like you marrying that Luo Ting. Miss Murong's handsome face blushed slightly as she said angrily, "Little Bamboo, don't talk about other people's business. You are insulting young Master Qin's ears." Little Bamboo put down her worries and her mood became even more joyful. She said with a mischievous smile, "Miss, since young Master Qin went to the Shen Yuan Mound, surely he already knows about your matter." "Right, young Master Qin." Qin Wushuang did not want to cover up his mistake. If he could cover it up, it would make him appear even more embarrassed. He didn't deny it and said with a smile, "I have heard a little about it. I also admire Miss Murong's courage and determination." Although Miss Murong was natural and unrestrained, when she heard Qin Wushuang directly talk about her running away from the marriage, she was more or less a little shy. Her pair of limpid eyes did not know where to look, and she seemed a little uneasy. Qin Wushuang was very understanding and knew what Miss Murong was thinking. He immediately changed the topic and asked, "Miss Murong, where have you been all this time?" "Only in the human countries." "Young Master Qin, where are you going this time?" Qin Wushuang looked at the direction of the dispersed praying mountain with determination. Coldness and murderous intentions filled his eyes, yet he did not speak a word. Murong-shu was intelligent. As soon as she saw Qin Wushuang's eyes, she guessed something. "Young Master Qin, are you going to stop those freelance martial artists from crossing the border at the dispersed praying mountain?" Xiaozhu was tongue-tied. She stammered, "One person against so many people? Young Master Qin, it's too dangerous." Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. "Do I have any other choice? If I let those freelance martial artists cross the border, what if a few of them had lost their minds and started a massacre in the human countries? Wouldn't I become a sinner for all eternity? No, young Master Qin, this is not your fault. Usually, Murongshu spoke calmly. Now, she was somewhat anxious. Although it's not my fault, in the end, it all started because of me. Miss Murong, I have made up my mind. Qin Wushuang said with a determined tone. Murongshu looked at Qin Wushuang with a stunned expression. There was a trace of concern that could not be concealed from her eyes. However, when she saw Qin Wushuang's determined expression, she sighed inwardly and did not try to persuade him. Qin Wushuang said, Miss Murong, please rest assured. I know the severity of the matter. If I cannot do it alone, I will make a choice. Young Master Qin, you must be careful. By the way, where are your two helpers? Suddenly, Little Bamboo looked around. It seemed that everyone would ask about Bao Bao and Lone when they saw Qin Wushuang. I have temporarily lost contact with them. Murongshu raised her head in surprise. Apparently, she had heard the sadness in Qin Wushuang's tone. She could not help but ask, did something happen to Bao Bao? Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh and said stubbornly, they will be fine. Just as they were talking, a wave of noisy noises came from the bottom of the inn. From the sound of it, it seemed that a lot of people were making a racket as if they were going to turn the entire inn upside down. Little Bamboo, go down and see what's going on. Little Bamboo responded and walked out. In a moment, she walked up and said before she had even entered the door, Miss, a lot of freelance martial artists have come and asked to stay. However, this inn is full and cannot accommodate them. These freelance martial artists are making a racket and saying that the innkeeper is cheating them. It's a big mess. Qin Wushuang's expression changed slightly. They're here already? In a flash, he scuttled downstairs. Indeed, as Little Bamboo had said, the main hall of the inn was filled with all kinds of freelance martial artists. Qin Wushuang glanced across and saw that most of these freelance martial artists were between the initial stage and the middle stage. Apparently, they did not have high strength. Some had not even entered the upper sky spiritual martial force. It was apparent that these freelance martial artists should be freelance martial artists from the human countries. It was also apparent from their dressing. That waiter explained with a bitter face, everyone, I am not lying to you. The inn is full. We cannot spare any rooms. Or else, how could we chase the guests out? Who would have thought that usually, we have few guests, but in these 2 days, the number of guests has increased tremendously. Not only our inn, all the other inns are the same. Those freelance martial artists were still unwilling to give up as they cried out, whatever, you can let the guests who came in earlier to pool some rooms and empty some rooms. Or else, we will not leave today. If we stay here for the entire night, they will not have a good rest. This waiter did not know whether to laugh or cry. I say, everyone, you can't force us to buy and sell. Among the guests who stayed here, a few of them are kind men and women. Or else, you can talk to them yourselves. We are doing business and cannot afford to offend people. This way, if you can't afford to offend them, you can afford to offend us. That's right. Isn't this clearly bullying? What a broken inn. Let me tell you, we will only stay for tonight. After a few days, we will not stay even if you beg us. Ha ha, after a few days, we don't even know if this inn will still be here. Furthermore, it's another matter whether the sky-breaking city will still be here or not. These freelance martial artists all cried out one after another. When Qin Wushuang heard these words, he was moved inwardly. He walked down and asked a young freelance martial artist, Brother, what do you mean by this? When that young man saw Qin Wushuang's unusual temperament, he was also somewhat cautious as he sneered, What do you mean? Brother, you want to enter the dispersed praying mountain to train, right? I advise you to hurry back home. Why is that? Vividly, Qin Wushuang had already guessed some of it. Yet, he asked deliberately, You haven't heard? A large group of martial artists from the Shenyuan Mound is rushing towards the south. They have already arrived at the border of the dispersed praying mountain and could break through the mountain at any moment to enter the human countries. Recently, many freelance martial artists from the dispersed praying mountain had already left the mountain after receiving the news. No one can afford to offend this source of trouble. Qin Wushuang pretended to be surprised, The Shen Yuan Mound is a forbidden spiritual zone and has never been close to the human countries. Why are those martial artists coming to the human countries? Brother, you don't know about this. A figure from the human countries has aroused the jealousy of the forbidden spiritual zone. This time, they have come to steal the divine treasure. Ha! I am afraid that a bloody storm will rise in the human countries. Everyone, good luck to you. This way, those martial artists have already entered the dispersed praying mountain? Qin Wushuang asked. Although not yet, I think it will be soon. It should be about time now, right? Qin Wushuang did not ask anything else and walked out quickly. He walked around each inn in the sky-breaking city. Indeed, the scene was the same as before. Each inn was crowded with freelance martial artists that had returned from the dispersed praying mountain. Qin Wushuang secretly observed and became reassured when he was certain that no elite warriors from the Shen Yuan Mound had mixed in. Just when he was about to walk towards that inn, suddenly, he remembered that he had not checked in. Most likely, he would not be able to find a place to stay if he were to go back now. Thus, he stopped his footsteps. He walked towards the guild of the sky-breaking city. Miss, young Master Qin has left. Little Bamboo said with a somewhat anxious tone. Murong-shu gave a sound of yes. Her starry eyes looked at the night sky outside the window and appeared somewhat dazed. With a solemn expression, one would not know what she was thinking. After a while, she gave a light sigh. Miss, why do you always sigh whenever you see young Master Qin? This time, Murong-shu did not berate her, but said with a faint voice, Little Bamboo, young Master Qin is suffering more than me. Do you feel it? Little Bamboo was a straightforward person as she shook her head boldly. No, I feel that young Master Qin is very calm. However, if I were to encounter such a situation, I would not know what to do. I feel that he seems to have some matters that he could not tell me. Could it be that the old master had said something to him? Did it make him hold some grudge? Little Bamboo said, thinking herself clever. I don't think so. I feel that it might be related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. When Murong-shu talked about the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, she fidgeted with her fingers and appeared somewhat agitated. Miss, these freelance martial artists should not be allowed to cross the border, right? Murong-shu said with a somewhat angry tone, according to the strict rules of the 10,000-year agreement, certainly it is not allowed. However, the agreement is dead. When no one pursues it, it is just a piece of paper. Additionally, freelance martial artists are not like the powerhouses with sects. They use guerrilla warfare and leave after the fight. It's difficult to pursue them. However, if the Heavenly Emperor Mountain wants to restrict them, they should be able to do so, right? Little Bamboo pouted her mouth. I feel that young Master Qin should go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to make an appeal. Go to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Murong-shu gave a long sigh. I am afraid that someone would not even let him get close to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Besides, even if he gets to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it would be a problem whether or not he could see the Heavenly Emperor. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan is being attacked from all sides. As a disciple of the Qin clan, there would be a lot of resistance if he wants to see the Heavenly Emperor. Then what should we do? Little Bamboo mumbled and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Miss, how about we make a trip to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? At this moment, Murong-shu also had such a bold idea. Hearing Little Bamboo mention it, he could not help but feel moved. There is still a long way to reach 210 monthly votes. Brothers, continue to rise. I urgently need your guaranteed monthly votes. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 494. With a picturesque appearance, Murong-shu stood leaning against the window. Like a celestial being, she gave off an extremely dignified feeling. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She was excited by this bold idea. She was a smart girl. She knew what the consequences would be if she did that. Perhaps, The floating snow house would turn against the heavenly Luo Daoist sect completely. Most likely, Mu Rongshu would attract more criticism and blame because of this. After all, gossip was a fearful thing. If she had helped the Stargaze Palace to drive away that Luo Yun because of her friendship with Qin Wushuang, then if she went to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to file a complaint for Qin Wushuang, it would be difficult to shut the mouths of the people in the world with the explanation of friendship. After all, even now, the rumors in the outside world said that Mu Rongshu had developed feelings for Qin Wushuang. Despite this fact, Mu Rongshu's idea did not become cold. On the contrary, it became hotter and hotter. She felt that she should do something. At least, from her point of view, it was something meaningful. It was worth the risk. On this night, Mu Rongshu did not sleep. Early in the morning of the next day, suddenly, little Bamboo walked in hurriedly. "Missy, Missy, young Master Qin is downstairs." "Is that so?" Inwardly, Mu Rongshu trembled and could not help but feel nervous. "He's up?" "No, young Master Qin said he is downstairs and will not come up. He wants to ask Missy to play a farewell song for him before he leaves." When little Bamboo said "here," she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. This young Master Qin is indeed reserved and courteous. He is truly different from those lechers. "Missy, you're zither." Little Bamboo was busy and had already started to prepare. Mu Rongshu had a tacit understanding as she sat before the window and started to play with her scallion-like fingers. Initially, the sound of the zither was melodious. However, following the continuous changes in Mu Rongshu's state of mind, the sound of the zither also became softer, as if she was intoxicated by this moving morning light. Following her master's mood, they became entangled. Qin Wushuang was downstairs, listening to the sound of the guqin. It was like the singing of orioles, but also like the sound of a spring. There seemed to be a trace of indescribable emotion flowing through the sound of the guqin. After a long while, the zither music finally stopped. Qin Wushuang's heart was filled with warmth. The two of them did not say a single word from beginning to end. Only the sound of the guqin conveyed their emotions, but it seemed to have surpassed 1,000 words. Mu Rongshu stood up and looked out of the window. Qin Wushuang was refined and courteous. He cupped his hands and then turned to leave. He walked forward with large strides. This situation was like a scene where the wind was blowing and the water was freezing, where a warrior would never return. Mu Rongshu looked at Qin Wushuang's back as he left. He felt a little disappointed, but his heart was no longer as perplexed as before. Vaguely, a kind of tacit understanding had already spread in their hearts. "Little Bamboo, let's go." Mu Rongshu adjusted his state of mind and turned around with a smile. Qin Wushuang left the sky-breaking city and headed towards the direction of the dispersed praying mountain. Along the way, human martial artists kept rushing towards the sky-breaking city. When they saw Qin Wushuang heading to the dispersed praying mountain alone, they all looked at Qin Wushuang as if they were looking at an idiot. A few kind freelance martial artists also reminded him. However, Qin Wushuang rejected them with a smile. Soon, Qin Wushuang arrived at the pass. The disciples of the Nine Raven Temple in charge of guarding the pass looked at Qin Wushuang with disbelief. "Mister, now that everyone has returned from the dispersed praying mountain, you are going there?" Qin Wushuang smiled and nodded. "Only people of the Shen Yuan Mound are allowed to come to the human countries, and I am not allowed to go to the Shen Yuan Mound." When those people heard Qin Wushuang's tone, of course, they would not stop him and let him pass. As soon as he entered the dispersed praying mountain, Qin Wushuang seemed to have changed his expression. When he found a quiet place, the first thing Qin Wushuang did was to inspect the equipment of that azure blue armor. After he confirmed that there were no mistakes, he took out the 12 sealed scrolls. These 12 sealed scrolls were somewhat different than ordinary sealed beast talismans. At least, in terms of appearance, they appeared to be much more exquisite. It was apparent that this was the work of a master. It was definitely not a product made by ordinary inferior talisman masters. Qin Wushuang had received a hint and knew the background of these 12 sealed scrolls. After he had looked through each of them, there were explanations on them. Qin Wushuang knew that for these 12 sealed spiritual beasts, he could only summon 5 of them at the current stage. They were 2 at the transformation void martial stage and 3 at the profound void martial stage. This was enough. Of course, all the spiritual beasts he had summoned were under his control. They obeyed the summoner 100%. Additionally, although these spiritual beasts obeyed the control of their master, they would not lose their intelligence during battle. During the battle, they would be able to unleash their full power. In other words, they were not puppets that would attack wherever they were directed. They were super spiritual beasts that had the initiative to fight. There were not many special rules when summoning spiritual beasts. As long as he grasped the hand gestures and initiated the spiritual chi, he would do his best to urge them. 5 different resplendent lights flashed and instantly, 5 puffs of smoke emerged from the sealed scrolls. 5 spiritual beasts with different appearances flew out from the scrolls. Master. Moon Palace Jade Hare, Sky Pilfered Mole, Greet Master. These 2 spiritual beasts were not big in size. They were the 2 weakest transformation void martial stage spiritual beasts among the 12 sealed scrolls. Hissing Sky Phoenix, One Horn Mystical Horse, Pure Altar Precious Pig, Greet Master. These 3 were spiritual beasts at the profound void martial stage. In terms of temperament, they appeared different than the 2 at the transformation void martial stage. Qin Wushuang sized up these 5 combat spiritual beasts. Overall, he was extremely satisfied. Good, I believe that you guys must have been suppressed for a long time, right? Qin Wushuang said with a smile. These 5 spiritual beasts nodded one after another. Their entire bodies revealed a strong ferocious aura. This kind of ferocious aura was something that many spiritual beasts did not possess. There was no doubt that the master who made these 12 sealed scrolls must have carefully selected the spiritual beasts of the 12 zodiac signs. Alright, tell me your respective strengths and abilities. Qin Wushuang said. Sky Pilfered Mole, good at traveling underground, tracking, setting up formations, sneak attacks, assassinations. Moon Palace Jade Hare, good at traveling underground, sneak attacks, poison. Hissing Sky Phoenix, good at fighting in the air, shooting, and charming. One Horn Mystical Horse, good at head-on attacks, fast speed, and swift attacks. Pure Altar Precious Pig, good at intercepting, destroying, and devouring. These 5 spiritual beasts reported their proud skills to Qin Wushuang one after another. Qin Wushuang listened carefully and memorized all the information in his heart. Inwardly, he was calculating how to unleash their full potential. He would set up a battle situation and form a hunting circle to intercept those freelance martial artists. He would make them have no way out and only death awaited them. After about 2 hours, Qin Wushuang gradually had some ideas. He opened his mouth to speak. Listen well, I know that after being sealed for such a long time, you guys are filled with depression and are waiting to be released. Now, I will give you guys a chance to release yourselves completely. All 5 spiritual beasts revealed an expectant look and their eyes were full of fanaticism. Apparently, as Qin Wushuang had predicted, the spiritual beasts that had been sealed for a long time needed a chance to erupt like a volcano. They needed a place to vent. For this point, Qin Wushuang had figured it out from the purple flame electric beast. After being sealed for a few thousand years, the purple flame electric beast had become this brutal and ruthless. He craved for battle and could almost be described as a battle maniac. Listen, this dispersed praying mountain is our battlefield. The pass at the back is our last line of defense. Our mission is to make sure none of the martial artists that try to pass through here can pass. Qin Wushuang spoke with a deep tone, yet there was a form of decisiveness. Sky Pilfered Mole, you specialize in setting up formations. I will set up a defensive boundary for you. Within this boundary, are you able to detect anyone who tries to cross this defensive boundary in advance? Sky Pilfered Mole said, Master, unless they are a few levels higher than me, or else, even if they are at the perfect void martial stage, as long as they try to pass through my formation, they will surely trigger it. If it's an elite warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage that can shatter the sky and ignore the rules of space, then I cannot guarantee it. Qin Wushuang said, the exquisite mysterious boundary stage is not within our consideration. I am only talking about the level of the void martial stage. That will not be a problem. Sky-pilfered Mole appeared to be full of confidence. Okay, then your first task is to set up the defense and be my sentry. You will assist with tracking, sneak attacks, and assassinations. If needed, you will accept orders at any time. Yes, Master. Moon Palace Jade Hair, you specialize in traveling underground and overlap with the Sky-pilfered Mole's divine skills. You can be in charge of passing information and other matters. However, since you specialize in using poison and sneak attacks, then your first task is to be an assassin. You will use your assassination methods to catch all those small fries that try to pass through the border. Moon Palace Jade Hair said with an eerie smile, "Don't worry, Master, I have at least 100 ways to catch all those small fries. Master, if I work with the mole and set up a poisonous miasma inside his defensive line, it will certainly be exciting." Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly as he remembered those poisonous and venomous insects he had seized at the Tortoise King Mountain. He said with a smile, "Okay, I just happened to get some poisonous insects and objects, and some raw materials for making poison. I can give them to you." After he had finished speaking, he took out all those spoils of war and handed them to Moon Palace Jade Hair. That Moon Palace Jade Hair was overjoyed when he saw the situation. "Okay, I was just worried about having to make the poison myself. It's rare for Master to be so thoughtful and have ready-made things to use. That would be the best. Mole, you don't mind me being your partner, right?" Ha ha ha. Sky-pilfered Mole's two whiskers curled up, looking as if he did not dare to accept the advice. Clearly, Sky-pilfered Mole was still very wary of Moon Palace Jade Hair's ability to use poison. Moon Palace Jade Hair said with a sharp laugh, "Mole, don't worry, we are iron partners. I guarantee that you will not be poisoned." Sky-pilfered Mole sighed, "Okay, everything is for Master's great plan." Qin Wushuang saw that these two spiritual beasts indeed had their own spirituality and were not just pure battle machines. He was also very comforted in his heart. He turned his head to look at the remaining 3 spiritual beasts. P.S. 210 votes are out of reach. Brothers, rise up. If we can reach it before 8 p.m., Old Bull will continue to work hard. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 495. Hissing Sky Phoenix, you will be in charge of supporting from the sky. Attack and listen to my orders. Mystical Horse and Precious Pig, you guys will be my left and right arms and listen to my orders. Most likely, you 3 will be the main force in the battle. Be prepared. Yes, Master. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang remembered something. I know that after you guys were sealed, you no longer have the ability to train and recover. If you find that you are running out of spiritual chi, tell me ahead of time. I will let you return to the seal and provide you with spiritual chi. When the 5 great spiritual beasts heard that Qin Wushuang had such methods, they were even more overjoyed. They rubbed their fists and were full of motivation. After Qin Wushuang had finished assigning the tasks, he instructed, "Listen to my orders and wait for the operation. All martial artists at the perfect stage are not allowed to pass." Qin Wushuang knew clearly that in the human countries, the perfect stage was basically the strongest martial artist. If it were freelance martial artists from the human countries, at most, they would not surpass the advanced stage. If they were at the perfect stage, they would be martial artists from the Xian Yuan Mound. For the Xian Yuan Mound, those freelance martial artists who did not even possess the strength of the perfect stage would not be qualified and would not have the courage to come to the human countries. It was because even if those rumors were true, they would not be related to them. On the first day, large groups of martial artists from the human countries kept retreating from the dispersed praying mountain. The strongest of these freelance martial artists were not above the middle stage. Of course, Qin Wushuang and the others let them pass and did not alert the enemy. After 3 days, only martial artists from the human countries passed through. Qin Wushuang estimated that almost all the martial artists from the human countries had left. In other words, Those freelance martial artists from the Shen Yuan Mound who did not care about their lives were about to enter the stage. I must kill the first group of people that come. I must show them my power and let them know that even if it's the human countries, they will not be able to wreak havoc. Qin Wushuang made a secret vow. After Qin Wushuang had entered the Shen Yuan Mound, he had experienced the battle at the 100-Leaf Qin clan, the pursuit of General Manager Su, the battle at the Crest Mountain where he had been separated from Bao Bao and Lone. Then, he had witnessed a bloody case at the Bowl Valley. Deep inside Qin Wushuang's heart, a great change had occurred. The anger that had accumulated in his heart was also constantly rising. At this moment, whenever he remembered how the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had tried to kill him, and how he had heard the conversation between Luo Ting and that Black Panther at the Wild Flame Cliff, a surge of anger filled his heart. At the Monkey King Mountain of the Dispersed Praying Mountain, the Silver Monkey King had set the Monkey King Mountain as a forbidden area. He did not allow any disciples of the Monkey Clan to go out. At the same time, he did not allow any freelance martial artists to approach the Dispersed Praying Mountain. This was the smartest choice the Silver Monkey King could make. In the face of the upcoming chaos, the Silver Monkey King knew that the only thing the monkey tribe could do now was to protect themselves. The Silver Monkey King watched the group of 6 people sneak into the Dispersed Praying Mountain from the Phoenix Return Mountain. Inwardly, he sighed, this is the first group, and also the beginning. Disaster has arrived in the human countries. I truly hope it won't turn into the tragedy from 10,000 years ago. Currently, the 6 people the Silver Monkey King saw were all elite warriors at the Void Martial stage. Not one of them was at the Spiritual Martial Force. Apparently, these 6 people were a group of freelance martial artists. Judging from their group, they should not be a motley crew that had been put together at the last moment. The organization was extremely orderly and disciplined. Regardless of moving forward or resting, these 6 people were very particular. They were definitely not freelance martial artists that fought for themselves. They appeared to have a mutual understanding. Now, the sky gradually darkened. These 6 people were not in a rush to travel. Instead, they chose a relatively hidden place to set up camp. They knew that after they had entered the Dispersed Praying Mountain, they were not far from the human countries. The closer they were to the human countries, the more they could not let their guard down. Inside the tent, a burly man with disheveled hair was carefully reading a map under the light. This map was the map of the human kingdoms. And next to him, 3 people surrounded him. Apparently, these 3 people regarded this giant guy with scattered hair as their leader. They did not make a sound and waited for this giant guy to speak. After a while, this giant guy with scattered hair nodded lightly. It's about time. We are less than 10,000 miles away from the border of the human countries. After we enter the human countries, we still need to travel a few tens of thousands of miles to reach the Great Luo Empire. Us 6 brothers traveled day and night and should be the first group to arrive. Boss, the earlier we come, the greater our chances. Yes, boss, after we pass the Dispersed Praying Mountain, we should not stop. We should charge to our destination in one spurt of energy. The sooner we get it, the sooner we leave. That giant guy with scattered hair smiled lightly and did not express his opinion. Then, he tapped lightly on the map with his finger. I understand your feelings. However, you must know. Although we can do whatever we want in the human countries, we are facing countless freelance martial artists from the Shen Yuan Mound. Although we went to the human countries as soon as we heard the news. However, you must know that those who left later than us might not arrive later than us. The giant guy with scattered hair was thoughtful as he extended 2 fingers. Let's split into 2 groups. On one side, 3 of us will go to the Bayou country, which is Qin Wushuang's ancestral land. On the other side, we will go to the Stargaze Palace, which is Qin Wushuang's sect. Second, you will take 3rd and 4th to the Stargaze Palace. I will take 5th and 6th to the heavenly royal mansion of the Qin. One of the guys with a wide forehead and lion-like nose who was dressed entirely in green robes nodded. Okay. Of course, this person was the second in the group. Suddenly, the other skinny guy asked, Boss, Do you think that rumored divine treasure belongs to the Qin? Or that Stargaze Palace? That guy with scattered hair said in a low voice, according to the map, that Stargaze Palace is adjacent to the endless Eastern Sea. And the eastward Qin is in the hinterland of the human countries. However, after considering the geographical aspect, the possibility of it being the Stargaze Palace is higher. However, considering the surname of the Qin, we must associate it with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Didn't that Iron Holler say that Qin Wushuang is an offspring of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Thus, the possibility of that divine treasure being in the Qin clan is higher. Divine treasure. Boss, if we can get the divine treasure, in the future, the Creek Mountain Six Devils can also occupy a mountain and establish our own sect. It's better than being freelance martial artists and being looked down upon by others. Yes, being a freelance martial artist will cause us to be bullied everywhere. Boss, this time we must succeed. The guy with scattered hair was not as blindly optimistic as them as he said, don't be blindly optimistic. For this matter, it seems that we have gained some advantage. However, it doesn't mean that we will get it first. Everyone, you must be mentally prepared. If the blitzkrieg fails, you must be prepared for a long and drawn-out battle. A drawn-out battle? That lion-nosed second in green robes was somewhat confused. Boss, why do we need to be mentally prepared for a drawn-out battle? Think about it, with all the rumors in the Shen Yuan Mound, who can guarantee that this news has not spread to the human countries? Once it has spread to the human countries, would the Heavenly Royal Mansion and the Stargaze Palace sit and wait for death? For sure, they will think of a way to deal with it. What about it? Everyone is well aware of the strength of the human countries. The strongest is only at the perfect stage. Any one of us can sweep them. A fat guy said. The guy with scattered hair said with a smile, fourth, in terms of combat power, for sure the sects in the human countries are not worth mentioning. Indeed, even if fifth and sixth step out, it's enough to take down any sect in the human countries. However, don't forget that there is a good saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts. In the human countries, they are the local snakes. Even if they are not strong, they have 2 legs. With legs, it's possible for them to escape. The lion-nosed second also nodded in a low voice, boss is right. If they give up their lair and escape to the outside world, it would be extremely troublesome to find them in the vast human countries. Thus, if the blitzkrieg fails, most likely we will fall into a drawn-out battle. And by that time, we will face a lot of enemies. The guy with scattered hair stopped for a moment and said again, although the 100,000 miles of land in the human countries is only equivalent to the land of the Shen Yuan Mound. However, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack to find someone within 100,000 miles of land. However, if the freelance martial artists of the Shen Yuan Mound keep pressing forward, by that time, it will be a carpet search. Even if they have wings and can dig holes, they will be found. That lion-nosed second said. The guy with scattered hair gave a long sigh. When the carpet search is carried out, the probability of this good fortune falling into our hands will be very small. Yes, this is why we must seize the time and launch a sudden attack. Let's aim to drink the first soup. The big man with the disheveled hair nodded and said to the lean man and the fat man, third brother, fourth brother, you two go out and replace fifth brother and sixth brother. I have something to tell them. Yes. The 2 fellows stood up and respectfully left to carry out the order. In a moment, suddenly, a sharp short whistle came from the outside. As soon as this short whistle sounded, the expression of the guy with scattered hair and the lion-nosed second changed as they stood up at the same time. What's going on? The lion-nosed second grabbed a weapon. It was a strange weapon with a saw-like shape. The door of the tent was opened and that lean third rushed in while panting. With an ashen face, he showed an extremely terrified expression as he stammered, "Boss, it's not good, it's not good." "What?" That guy with scattered hair twisted his thick eyebrows and flung his long hair to the back of his shoulder. Both of his eyes shot out waves of lights like lightning. When the 2 of us went out, we could not find fifth and sixth. Initially, we thought they had left the sentry post without permission. However, when we looked around, we found they were missing. Just as I shouted the warning, All 4 was also taken away by a monster. Monster! Despite his vast experience, the guy with scattered hair could not help but be stunned. At this dispersed praying mountain, the strongest powerhouse is the Monkey Clan. The Silver Monkey King of the Monkey Clan is only at the refined Void Martial stage. Besides, what other powerful existences does the dispersed praying mountain have? Where did these monsters come from? Could it be from the Monkey Clan? That lean guy still showed an extremely terrified expression as he shook his head like a rattledrum. No, it's not from the Monkey Clan. That monster had a huge body and a pair of giant wings. It also moved at a fast speed and took away 4th in one move. That chubby guy was the 4th among them. Although he was only at the refined Void Martial stage, his strength was not bad. At least, at this dispersed praying mountain, there was no existence that could threaten him. And 5th and 6th were also elite warriors at the refined Void Martial stage. They had disappeared without a trace without putting up any resistance. When he thought of this point, that guy with scattered hair could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidyen.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 496. Boss, what's going on? Vividly, that lion-nosed second also realized something was wrong. The big guy with the scattered hair revealed a stern expression. Encountering a sudden attack at this dispersed praying mountain was definitely out of their expectations. Earlier, they were worried that they would encounter an attack at the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. Unexpectedly, they encountered an accident at the dispersed praying mountain, a place they had assumed to be absolutely safe. Third, what do you think of that spiritual beast? The big guy with the scattered hair asked in a low voice. Apparently, that skinny man had not yet recovered from the shock as he said with a stutter, "Boss, in my panic, I could not see through its strength. I only know that it is powerful." Before it, 4th did not have the slightest room to resist. He was directly taken away by it. There was a trace of eeriness in the eyes of the big guy with the scattered hair. Apparently, he was considering something. After a moment, he had an idea. He turned around and said to that lion-nosed guy, "Second, third, most likely, this spiritual beast is targeting us." According to Third's description, that spiritual beast should possess the strength of the profound Void Martial stage. If that's the case, even with the 3 of us combined, we cannot defeat a spiritual beast at the profound Void Martial stage. This way, it seems we are not the first ones to arrive here. That lion-nosed guy also appeared to shrink back. To them, the reputation of the profound Void Martial stage was too powerful. It was not something they could afford to offend. Even the big guy with the scattered hair, the boss of the Creek Mountain 6 Devils, was only at the transformation Void Martial stage. Only death awaited them if they fought against one at the profound Void Martial stage. "Boss, what should we do?" These 2 stopped their gaze on the face of the big guy with the scattered hair. Apparently, they were waiting for him to make a decision. The big guy with the scattered hair said in a low voice, "If that beast is already targeting us, it will not be easy to escape. It will also be difficult to move forward. Our current situation is a dilemma that we can neither advance nor retreat. What do you think we should do?" "We will listen to boss." At this time, those 2 guys were also out of their wits. Apparently, they had also lost their composure. The big guy with the scattered hair nodded and did not dawdle. Instead, he said, "For sure, only death awaits us if we retreat. If they are targeting us, they will not let us go. And if we move forward, we will also die. If we may die regardless of whether we advance or retreat, we cannot choose the cowardly way out. Ever since we entered the path of cultivation, we have been mentally prepared to face death at any time. But I firmly believe that even if I die, it must be worth it. Therefore, I have decided that we will continue to advance and split into 3 groups. Even if that spirit beast is very powerful, the 3 of us will each take a path and gamble on our luck. If 1 or 2 of us can make it out alive and enter the human kingdom, the others won't have died in vain." The lion-nosed man and the skinny 3rd brother looked at each other. Clearly, they agreed with their big brother's decision. They both nodded and said, "Okay, big brother, it's decided." The burly man with long hair stretched out his hand and heavily overlapped the other two's palms. "Remember, try your best to survive and meet in the human nations." Set off. The three of them were rogue cultivators, so they were aware of the dangers of life and death. Moreover, they were mentally prepared. Regardless of whether they left or stayed, if the spirit beast was deliberately looking for trouble with them, they would not be able to hold on for long even if they did not leave. The three silhouettes quickly approached the human nations. At the same time, they turned into streaks of light and used different methods to quickly escape. The body of the burly man with long hair was covered by an earthen yellow streak of light, and he disappeared from the ground. He used a long earth escape talisman, which was much more useful than ordinary earth elemental talismans. With this escape, he could directly escape a few hundred miles away. With this escape, he firmly believed that he could completely escape the pursuit of the profound void stage spirit beast. He knew that if that spirit beast was a flying-type spirit beast, it would not be good at underground movement. As long as he escaped a few hundred miles away, he could use the earth elemental technique to escape from the pursuit. Of course, he felt somewhat guilty in his heart. Just now, his arrangement sounded like the three brothers had the same chance of escaping, but in reality, he knew very well that if the three of them fled separately, it was actually equivalent to the other two brothers covering his escape. Because the other two brothers did not have any escape talismans on them. "Second brother, third brother, I hope you are all lucky." A trace of guilt flashed in the heart of the burly man with long hair, and he did not think about it anymore. Although the Creek Mountain Six Devils had been together for a few decades and their relationship had always been very deep, at this critical moment of life and death, it was better for one of them to escape than to be completely annihilated. Even if the burly man with long hair felt guilty, he would definitely not regret his choice. Somewhere in the dispersed praying mountain, Qin Wushuang stood there calmly. He fixed his gaze to the front with determination and concentration. Among his cold eyes, there was a wave of rich coldness. "Master, we already took out 3 guys. The other 3 guys have already escaped. Precious Pig and Mystical Horse have already gone to welcome them. There's another guy who is using the Earth Escape Talisman to escape forward." This was the information brought by Hissing Sky Phoenix. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Let's test Mole's skills for the one that escaped." "Okay, Master, I will go scout ahead and see if there are any other small fries approaching." Qin Wushuang nodded. "If it's small fries, don't let them get close. If there are many of them, let Precious Pig and Mystical Horse take care of them together." With 3 spiritual beasts at the profound void martial stage and Qin Wushuang overseeing the rear, it could be said that the situation was extremely stable. These so-called Creek Mountain Six Devils were only a warm-up. Qin Wushuang knew that the best part was yet to come. Of course, the power of these 6 people was not weak. Or else, they would not have arrived at this dispersed praying mountain the earliest. At this moment, Qin Wushuang's heart was as calm as water. There was not a trace of ripples. He only had one thought: he could only retreat and not advance. Those who retreated would not be killed. Those who tried to cross the border would not be spared. "Master." After about an hour, a burst of yellow light emerged from the ground. Mole also crawled out from the ground and presented a human head with disheveled hair. "A guy broke into my territory and I bit off his head effortlessly. Please check it." Qin Wushuang glanced at it and indeed, it was the head of that guy with the disheveled hair. He did not look any longer and said lightly, "Good job. Take care of the body and continue to defend your post." Hearing his master's praise, Sky-Pilfered Mole felt extremely proud as he nodded. "Okay. Don't worry, Master, I will not let go of any fish that escapes the net." Qin Wushuang nodded and did not speak anymore. Currently, a few dozen freelance martial artists from the Shen Yuan Mound had gathered at the foot of the Monkey King Mountain. These people were in groups of 3 to 5 and not one of them was alone. Apparently, none of these freelance martial artists from the Shen Yuan Mound were idiots. They knew that even if they were humans, this trip would not be a relaxing vacation. It would be impossible for them to win if they went alone. Thus, these people had come in groups of 3 to 5. Unexpectedly, after they had entered the dispersed praying mountain, more and more people had gathered. Up to this point, a few dozen people had gathered. At least 10 groups of people had gathered. Among these people, of course, there were strong and weak people. Only, everyone did not understand why they had to stop here. When the people who came later saw that everyone had stopped here, they had a habitual thought and stopped as well. I say, why are we stopping here? A guy with a red headscarf tied on his head shouted. Apparently, he was getting impatient from waiting. The others all shot a glance at him. A few of the more impatient ones also started to jeer. Yes, this is not the human countries. Why are we stopping here? That's right, don't tell me someone is playing tricks and tricking us to stop here. Did they beat us to it? Who stopped here first? As soon as these words were asked, everyone looked at each other and started to expose each other. At this time, a young man dressed in a silver robe and even his eyebrows and hair were silver said with a cold sneer, I stopped here first. If you guys want to go, then go ahead. I didn't ask you to stay here. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. Each of them opened their eyes wide in anger. Apparently, they all felt they had been fooled. A few hot-tempered people clenched their fists and made cracking sounds as if they were looking for trouble. That silver-haired young man said with disdain, What, are you going to make a move? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Speak, just what are you scheming? That silver-haired young man smiled lightly. Scheming, with just you guys, do you think you are worthy for me to scheme against you? This young master likes to go for a ride here, what can you do about it? Among this group of rogue cultivators, someone recognized this silver-haired young man and shouted, This person is silver-crowned snake Yinglong, everyone be careful. The smile on the silver-haired young man's face became even more eerie. Be careful? The silver-haired young man laughed eerily. Being careful now seems to be a little too slow, right? Look at your feet. When these rogue cultivators saw his sinister smile and heard his warning, they all felt their hair stand on end. They looked down and saw that the grass and trees under their feet had all withered and were emitting green smoke. Then, someone screamed and the soles of his feet began to make ear-piercing kai-kai sounds. They were actually rotting at a visible speed. What's going on? Ah, there's poison. It's a corrosive poison. These rogue cultivators all cried out. Some of them reacted quickly and had already recovered. They pointed at Yinglong and cursed, Silver-crowned snake, hurry up and hand over the antidote. Everyone, let's kill him together. Yes, even if we die, we can't let him get away with it. The crowd that was filled with righteous indignation suddenly boiled up. Among the boiling curses, there were screams of agony from time to time. One after another, the poison broke out very quickly. Around silver-crowned snake Yinglong's body, there were bursts of green smoke. In this green smoke, it completely faded and disappeared without a trace. This Yinglong was actually an expert in using poison. A silver light flashed in the air, and Yinglong's body had already flown up into the sky along with the green smoke. He left behind a sneer and let out 3 short whistles from his mouth, as if he was calling for his companions. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 497. Following Yinglong's short whistle, another 2 figures scuttled out from the surrounding forest. They all approached Yinglong at a fast speed. Third, nicely done. Yeah. Haha. That group of idiots want to seize something of the divine Tao? It's simply daydreaming. If it was so easy to get a divine treasure, there would be as many divine treasure as dogs in the Tianxian land. Yinglong smiled lightly and did not act arrogant. Instead, he said, Big brother, we must speed up. You see, we only stopped for half a day and so many idiots have gathered here. If we wait any longer, they will be like the carp crossing the river. Although they may not be competitive, they will cause trouble. Yes, third, you take care of these small fries. Leaving the corpses there will more or less serve as a deterrent to the people coming later. Regardless, it will delay them for some time. We will seize the opportunity first. The one that spoke was the big brother among the three. These three were not blood brothers. They were only battle partners and companions that ventured into the world together. The big brother that spoke was called Kong Dai. Dressed in a yellow robe, he was the strongest among the three and had reached the profound void martial stage. Even an elite poison user like Ying Long had to listen to his orders. Qin Wushuang still stood at a hidden place on the slope. Inwardly, he could not help but feel somewhat confused. Almost a day and a night had passed since those Creek Mountain Six Devils had approached. Not a single person had approached them. Could it be that those freelance martial artists of the Shen Yuan Mound did not believe that rumor? It did not seem to be the case. If they did not believe it, why would the Silver Monkey King come to the Stargaze Palace to deliver the letter? And why would those freelance martial artists of the human countries flee upon hearing the news? Master, didn't you say that in these days, large groups of martial artists would cross the border? How come only 6 people have come up to this point? And they are so weak. Pure Altar Precious Pig stuck out his giant belly and asked Qin Wushuang while panting heavily. Apparently, these spiritual beasts had been sealed for too long and urgently needed to release the pressure from their hearts. They all had a perverted desire for battle. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang also felt somewhat confused. However, he did not lose his footing because of this. Inwardly, he thought, could it be that someone had already gotten wind of the death of those Creek Mountain Six Devils? On second thought, he felt that it was impossible. When they killed the Creek Mountain Six Devils, it could be said that they appeared and disappeared like ghosts. Not to mention the people who were far behind, even the Creek Mountain Six Devils themselves did not have any premonition before the incident happened. It could be said that he did it without anyone noticing. While he was pondering, the hissing sky phoenix suddenly descended with a red glow and said excitedly, "Master, someone is finally here. And it seems like there are 3 of them. All 3 of them are flying in the air. It seems like they are all tough opponents." Qin Wushuang's eyebrows twitched. Finally, a tough one? Qin Wushuang's blood began to boil. He hoped that an expert of the profound void martial stage would come this time, so that he could test the true fighting strength that he possessed now. Of course, the reason why he had such a thought was mainly because of Luo Ting and the Black Panther. That day at the Wild Flame Cliff, Qin Wushuang's hatred towards Luo Ting instantly rose to the peak. Ever since Qin Wushuang had stepped onto the path of martial arts, there were people who had tried to deal with his family. For example, the first martial saint of the West Chu, Yi Chunzi. For example, the old devil Ji Yin. However, there had never been a moment when he hated Luo Ting to the bone. After all, Yi Chunzi and the old devil Ji Yin both had a blood feud with Qin Wushuang. He had killed a martial saint of Yi Chunzi, and Qin Wushuang had killed the beloved disciple of the old devil Ji Yin. After all, although they were very hateful, there was a reason for it. However, this Luo Ting obviously did not do it to avenge the 9 Palace faction, and definitely not to avenge Zhuo Tianxi. There was only one reason why he was so crazy, and that was because of Murongshu. Just because Qin Wushuang had met a few times with Murongshu, it had caused this Luo Ting to become hysterical and use such a vicious scheme to deal with Qin Wushuang. It could be said that Qin Wushuang's hatred towards Luo Ting had reached an unprecedented level. "Master, let me, precious pig, devour them." Although this pure altar precious pig was only at the profound void martial stage, he held a supreme position within the 12 zodiac sealed scrolls. Even those sealed spiritual beasts at the perfect void martial stage could not reach such a position. He could even surpass the 2 spiritual beasts at the profound void martial stage. Only, the personality of the pure altar precious pig was the same as the nature of a pig. He did not have any competitive spirit and was muddle-headed. He did not care much about these matters. The reason why the pure altar precious pig had such a high potential position was because he possessed a divine skill, devour. Among the 12 sealed scrolls, only one other spiritual beast knew this skill. And that spiritual beast was unquestionably the #1 elite warrior in the entire sealed scrolls, swallowing Sky Lion Dragon. The Lion Dragon was a type of dragon. The dragon had 9 sons and one of them was the lion dragon. This swallowing sky lion dragon possessed a mutated form of the dragon clan's innate divine skill, which was devouring. The reason why the devouring skill was tyrannical was that it could directly devour the opponent's primordial spirit and turn it into its own. In fact, this divine skill was similar to Qin Wushuang's power of Deep North through different means. Only, this devouring skill was much more direct and violent than the power of Deep North. The only disadvantage was that this devouring skill did not understand survival of the fittest and could not get rid of the impurities in the primordial spirit. Thus, it would take a longer time to digest and the purity would not be enough. Thus, using the devouring skill to strengthen one's own primordial spirit would be slower than the power of Deep North. Despite this fact, this divine skill was already exceptional. In the world of spiritual beasts, many spiritual beasts were envious of this devouring skill. Since pure ultra precious pig took the initiative to ask for battle, Qin Wushuang naturally would not dampen its spirits. He turned to ask hissing Sky Phoenix, among the enemies, "Do you have any specific information?" Hissing Sky Phoenix said, "Those 3 people have formed a very strong aura. One horned mystical horse is already there to block them. As long as they enter one horned mystical horse's defensive territory, it will definitely attack immediately. But from the looks of it, one horned mystical horse might not be able to destroy them all. Then all the more you need me to take action." Pure ultra precious pig stuck out its big belly and its huge body shook. With every step it took, it was as if the earth would shake at any time. Qin Wushuang thought that this big formation might not be a bad thing. He nodded and said, "All right, you all go together. Leave those on the ground to Mole and Jade Hair. I will cover the rear." "Yes, Master." Hissing Sky Phoenix circled in the air and disappeared into the clouds with a red light. Although pure ultra precious pig's body was huge, it was not slow when it moved. His fat body rolled up like a hurricane, rolling away. Qin Wushuang took out the graceful spiritual bow and flashed his wings. He also flew over quickly. In front, one horned mystical horse had already transformed into a muscular man. He was fighting with a yellow-robed man in the air. They were fighting like they were evenly matched. Behind that yellow-robed man, there was a guy in green clothes. He was peeping at the side and looked as if he could attack at any time. Hissing Sky Phoenix was not in a hurry to attack. It only sat on the side and stared at that green-robed man. At this moment, pure ultra precious pig arrived and shouted, "One horned mystical horse, can you take it? Do you need me, old pig, to lend you a hand?" One horned mystical horse roared, "You lazy pig, go away." Although his words were tough, the opponent one horned mystical horse was facing was Kong Dai. He was also an elite warrior of the profound void martial stage and his cultivation was not inferior. Of course, one horned mystical horse was shocked but Kong Dai was not much better. It could be said that the shock in Kong Dai's heart was even more intense than one horned mystical horse's. This shock did not only come from one horned mystical horse's powerful impact. It also included the hissing Sky Phoenix who was eyeing covetously from the side and the big spiritual beast that was rolling over like a meatball. Where did so many elite warriors of the profound void martial stage come from? Kong Dai was very suspicious. After fighting for a long time, he also knew that if the other 2 were elite warriors of the profound void martial stage, the 3 brothers would not be able to gain any advantage. They would even lose for sure. Although the 3rd brother, Ying Long, was good at using poison, but in a head-on confrontation, he still had to rely on his real skills. The method of using poison also needed the right timing to be used. Kong Dai swung his saber, and a golden light burst out. Golden ripples spread out in circles. His body was like a wild goose as he retreated backward. He shouted, "Hold on." One horned mystical horse shouted, "What are you waiting for? Take my attack." One horned mystical horse did not bicker with Kong Dai. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his desire to win. He did not allow Kong Dai to withdraw from the battle. Kong Dai was enraged, "You lunatic, do you think I am afraid of you? The 3 of you, I believe that you are also aiming for the legendary divine item in the human countries. Everyone has the same goal. Why not turn hostility into friendship? Even if we cannot be friends, we can go our own ways and rely on our own methods. It is better than fighting to the death here, right? Now that there are more and more rogue martial artists behind us, even if we fight to the end, it will only benefit those who come later. One horned mystical horse did not know about the divine item in the human countries. He only knew that his master's order was to eliminate all those who tried to cross the border. Pure ultra precious pig laughed loudly. One horned, I think you are a bit full. I will give you another 15 minutes. If you can't settle it, I, old pig, will take action. Hissing Sky Phoenix also laughed sinisterly and let out a sharp cry. Qin Wushuang transmitted his voice. The three of you, work together. At this time, don't engage in any internal strife. While they were talking, Mole suddenly came out from underground and said with joy, Boss, this is strange. The other side has a guy who actually knows how to use poison. And he is underground, preparing to set up a poison array to ambush everyone. Luckily, Jade Rabbit saw through it. It asked me to ask you, do you want to eliminate that guy or use GU poison to control him and make him master's puppet? Qin Wushuang was delighted. In such a short time, Jade Rabbit had already mastered GU poison. Tell Jade Rabbit, don't kill him. Keep him as a puppet killer. Author's note, originally, I had planned to release 4 chapters today regardless of the monthly votes. But the situation has changed. The remaining 2 chapters will be released tomorrow. Plus the 3 chapters. Tomorrow, I will release 5 chapters. Tomorrow morning, I will update. Brothers, please understand. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 498. With Qin Wushuang's command, that Moon Palace Jade Hare naturally would not go against it. Sky Pilfered Mole went back and informed Moon Palace Jade Hare. Moon Palace Jade Hare immediately had an idea. He said to Sky Pilfered Mole, Mole, look at his route and use the formation to trap him. I will go close and use the GU poison. Since this person is also good at using poison, I will let him know what is called a real poison expert. Moon Palace Jade Hare indeed had its own unique way of using poison. It was precisely because it and the mole both had special skills that in the 12 sealed scrolls, although their cultivation realm was the weakest, they were still able to obtain sufficient status. Ying Long was moving stealthily underground and observing the surrounding terrain. He had already locked onto the location of the poison. In this area, it should be the battle area of Big Brother and that burly man, as well as that fat pig. I must first use poison to put it down. Ying Long calculated meticulously and was already preparing to set up the poison formation. Suddenly, he felt that his feet seemed to be pulled by something. Ying Long hurriedly turned his head back. Suddenly, he felt an intense pulling force under his feet, pulling him with great force. This pulling force made Ying Long's heart skip a beat. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He quickly circulated all the strength in his body and tried to break free from this binding force. This binding force was precisely the mole's method. This mole had set up a small earth attribute formation here. The strong earth adhesive force pulled Ying Long's feet. Ying Long's charge actually broke through this strong adhesive force. His entire body rapidly moved forward. He knew that something was wrong and did not dare to stay any longer. However, Ying Long did not think that it would have been better if he did not struggle. Once he struggled, this forward momentum just happened to send his body forward. In front, Sky Pilfered Mole had set up a strong spiderweb-like adhesive force net. Instantly, Ying Long's entire body was stuck. This stickiness was like a prey trapped in a spider web. No matter how Ying Long struggled, it was of no use. On the contrary, the more he struggled, the tighter it became. Sky Pilfered Mole snickered. Its sharp head drilled out from the crack in the earth vein. With a complacent smile, it sized up this prey. Jade Hare, come and take a look. This fellow is rather strange. He obviously looks very young, but he wants to have silver hair and silver eyebrows. Moon Palace Jade Rabbit also scurried out from the side and said to Mole, "Mole, go control your array formation and prevent other miscellaneous fish from approaching. Leave this little fellow to me." Sky Pilfered Mole proudly glanced at Yinglong and mocked, "Little friend, don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more you will suffer. Don't worry, my master said that everyone else has to die, but you can stay alive." Yinglong's heart sank. How could he not tell that there was an even more powerful being behind these two spirit beasts? There was actually a master behind them who was commanding them. This way, it seemed that this dispersed praying mountain had already been controlled by someone. They had already set up an inescapable net for them to fall into. After Mole left, Moon Palace Jade Hair snuck to Yinglong's side with a smile and said with a strange smile, "Little friend, are you feeling very unconvinced?" Yinglong's silver pupils shot out some cold arrogance. He turned his head away and pretended to ignore Moon Palace Jade Hair. Inwardly, he could not help but pray, "If this bastard touched my body, he would be looking for death." Moon Palace Jade Hair came in front of Yinglong and patted his face twice. "Hey, little friend. It's your fortune that my master has taken a fancy to you." Yinglong turned around with a cold sneer. "You bastard, don't you know that death is at hand? Are you interested in making a deal?" "A deal?" Moon Palace Jade Hair blinked his eyes and said with an evil smile, "What kind of deal do you want to talk to me about? If you don't want to die, you will agree to this deal." Yinglong said with confidence. Of course, Moon Palace Jade Hair knew what Yinglong meant. Yet, he pretended to be confused and said, "Of course I don't want to die, I want to live well." Yinglong said coldly, "Then let me go immediately. I can point out a path for you." Moon Palace Jade Hair laughed evilly. "Let you go? This is a good idea, but give me a reason." "Bastard, do you know what my nickname is?" "What? Tell me." Moon Palace Jade Hair said with a smile. "My nickname is Silver-Crowned Snake. My entire body is highly poisonous. You touched me just now, and I have already imperceptibly infected your body with no less than 10 types of poisonous gas. In less than an hour, these poisonous gas will flare up. I guarantee that even if your cultivation has reached the profound void martial stage, you will still die suddenly." Yinglong said coldly. It did not seem like he was exaggerating. After he finished speaking, he stared at Moon Palace Jade Hair with cold eyes, as if he was at ease. Obviously, Yinglong felt that he had already grasped a trump card, enough to make the other party release him obediently. Who knew that Moon Palace Jade Hair did not show the fear and shock that he expected. Instead, he laughed even more happily. "Poisonous gas. Let me help you count them. Your hair has that poisonous gas with a faint fragrance. That should be the flower poison refined from the devil's snare flower. Your nostrils and mouth can spurt out a kind of invisible poisonous fog. It should be refined from the silver-crowned snake, right? And your clothes, every part of your body, according to my observation, there are a total of 13 types of poisonous substances, right?" Large beads of sweat flowed down from Yinglong's forehead unceasingly. His silver pupils shrank rapidly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Moon Palace Jade Hair's words were too much of a shock to him. It simply crumbled all of his confidence and defense in an instant. The other party's words were like peeling off his entire body. Even a layer of his skin and flesh was peeled off. There were no more secrets to speak of. The unexpected blow made Yinglong dumbstruck. His mouth was wide open, almost able to stuff a fist inside. Surprised. Surprised. Seeing Yinglong's expression, Moon Palace Jade Hair had a very happy and satisfied feeling in his heart. Using the other party's most complacent method to break the other party's mentality, this kind of satisfaction and harvest was hard to describe. Seeing Yinglong's dumbstruck and petrified expression, Moon Palace Jade Hair said leisurely, "I forgot to tell you. These poisons you used, I ate them as food 10 years after I was born. Not to mention touching them, even if I swallowed them in big mouthfuls, it would only have the effect of tickling." Yinglong's face was ashen. His cold and arrogant eyes no longer had a trace of brilliance. He muttered, "Just kill me. I already said that my master wants to keep you alive. Otherwise, I will definitely let you experience for free what is called a true poison expert." Speaking until here, Moon Palace Jade Hair pointed with his fingertip. A faint blue light that was like fire appeared on his fingertip. He laughed strangely and said, "This is the GU poison bestowed to me by my master. I have just started using it. But I have to admit, although the quality of these GU poisons is ordinary, compared to your poisons, it is already very impressive. Listen carefully, little friend. The true poison is colorless and tasteless. It will make people unable to guard against you. Invisibly, the poison can be planted into your primordial spirit. From the body to the spirit, it will be completely controlled. It will make you beg for death." Speaking until here, Moon Palace Jade Hair pointed with that faint blue light. It turned into a weak flowing light and rushed into Ying Long's forehead. Ying Long only felt as if his entire body was electrocuted. An ice-cold feeling instantly spread throughout his body. He knew that this was definitely not a good outcome. But no matter how he resisted and struggled, that ice-cold air directly penetrated his Niwen Palace and rushed into his Dantian, directly hitting his primordial spirit. Ying Long's entire body instantly felt as if it was frozen. From his body to his soul, he felt a twitching throbbing. This feeling was simply as if he had suddenly entered hell. All the pores and skin on his body started to tremble. "Little friend, be good." This feeling only lasted for a moment. After that, it was at ease. Don't resist. Listen, I will now teach you some free poison techniques. If you want to become a top-notch poison expert, you must change that special appearance of yours. You also need to make people forget your nickname. What silver-crowned snake? The more resounding the nickname, the more it proves the cowardice in your heart. A true expert is like the wind, unable to be captured. Like the air, unable to be identified. With that head of silver hair and eyebrows of yours, others can tell that you are not a kind person. When encountering a true expert, others will be wary of you. This is not the way to use poison. At least, your appearance must appear harmless, and not let others start to be wary of you just by looking at your appearance. As Ying Long listened to Moon Palace Jade Hair's preaching, his consciousness gradually became blurry. The battle on the ground had already reached its climax. Following the addition of Precious Pig, Kong Dai's defense line was completely destroyed. His primordial spirit was swallowed by Precious Pig. That guy in green had been watching from the side. When he saw such a change, he was so scared that he turned around and ran away. However, how could Hissing Sky Phoenix let him escape? Two arrow-like feathers shot out and hit the green-robed man, causing him to fall to the ground. Qin Wushuang sent his voice, "Sky Phoenix, bring the bodies of these two to the front. Hang them at a conspicuous place as a warning." Qin Wushuang knew that since this Kong Dai was an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, he should not be a nameless figure. If such a person were to die at the dispersed praying mountain, it would shock the martial artists that had arrived later. Hissing Sky Phoenix left with the order. After about 2 hours, he flew back quickly and said to Qin Wushuang, "Master, is the Monkey King Mountain ahead? There are large amounts of bodies of freelance martial artists. There are also many hesitant freelance martial artists in the surrounding area. Apparently, they did not dare to move forward after being intimidated by those bodies." Large amounts of bodies? Just when Qin Wushuang was hesitating. Suddenly, Jade Hair scuttled up from below and said with a joyful smile, "Master, those bodies are the work of these 3 guys. That guy down there has already confessed. He said his name is Ying Long. Those people were all poisoned to death by him." Qin Wushuang laughed. "This way, that Ying Long has saved us a lot of trouble." He turned to speak to Hissing Sky Phoenix. "Sky Phoenix, continue to patrol ahead and warn those ignorant people. Currently, this dispersed praying mountain is a forbidden place. Whoever attempts to cross into the human countries must die." Qin Wushuang's voice was ruthless and rich murderous intentions flashed in his eyes. Today's first update. Today, regardless of anything, there will be 5 new chapters. If you still have the monthly votes, Please vote for Xing He. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 499. Hissing Sky Phoenix accepted the order and left. Qin Wushuang then said to One Horn Mystical Horse and Pure Altar Precious Pig, Mystical Horse and Precious Pig, listen well. The following battle may be even more dangerous. I don't want to see you guys bicker with each other. I want to see efficiency in battle, and not a battle of personal feelings. As long as you can kill the enemy as quickly as possible, I don't care what method you use. One Horn Mystical Horse and Pure Altar Precious Pig immediately nodded. Yes, Master. The 12 sealed scrolls were all under Qin Wushuang's control. Qin Wushuang only needed to utter a chant and he could send them all back into the sealed scrolls and let them enter an eternal sleep. Thus, before their master, they had no room to resist. Of course, they also realized that this master was easy to talk to. At least, he did not order them around like slaves. To spiritual beasts like them, of course they would obey orders on the battle level. They would not hold any grudges. Near the Monkey King Mountain, more and more freelance martial artists stayed here. Apparently, those corpses that were killed by Yinglong's poison had made the freelance martial artists who came later feel pressured and indescribable panic. Most of these freelance martial artists came from the Orderly Mountain Prefecture or the Judge Mountain Prefecture. Some of them knew each other. Once they recognized them, this kind of suspicion and panic inevitably spread. For a time, these freelance martial artists who came later were at a standstill. Before they found out the truth of the matter, of course they could not move forward. A few of the more skillful and daring ones continued to advance without fear of death. However, under the obstruction of One Horn Mystical Horse and Pure Altar Precious Pig, they could not break through the defense line and were killed one after another. It would not matter if they were killed. The next day, these corpses would be thrown to the side of the most conspicuous main road. This way, these hesitant freelance martial artists were even more frightened out of their wits. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. They knew how strong they were and how strong the cultivators who were killed were. With such comparison, many freelance martial artists who knew their own strength had already started to beat a retreat. They knew that although that divine Tao treasure was wonderful, it was not as important as their lives. This way, one after another, freelance martial artists started to turn back. If the first person turned back, there would be a second person who did the same. Once the panic spread, the result was obvious. A third of the rogue cultivators who had gathered around the Monkey King Mountain had actually left. As for the remaining 2/3, it wasn't that they were determined to stay. Most of them just wanted to stay and observe. Qin Wushuang did not feel much joy when Hissing Sky Phoenix sent the message back. He knew that these rogue cultivators were like sand being washed away by a great wave. Those with average strength would be eliminated in the end. As for those who were strong, most of them would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Only when the bloody reality was placed in front of them could these rogue cultivators completely give up. Qin Wushuang decided to push forward and kill his way to the foot of the Monkey King Mountain. He would purge those rogue cultivators who refused to leave. After the 5 spirit beasts heard Qin Wushuang's proposal, their blood boiled. Obviously, they were not happy with such a small fight. Only by killing to their heart's content could their appetites be completely satisfied. Mole, you are still in charge of setting up the formation outside. Once a fish escapes the net and rushes past your line of defense, you are in charge of cleaning it up. If you can't clean it up, give a warning. Jade Rabbit, I believe that you like this the most. Now is the time to witness your true strength. Qin Wushuang encouraged. Moon Palace Jade Rabbit beamed with joy. Master, leave it to me. I will definitely let them die in extreme despair. Heh. Sky Phoenix, you are in charge of supporting Treasure Pig and Mystical Horse. And Treasure Pig and Mystical Horse, you guys are still the main force. You are in charge of the cleansing of the front battlefield. Qin Wushuang assigned like this. 3 days. Within 3 days, I believe that you guys can hold on. After 3 days, I will summon you guys back to the sealing scroll and provide you with spiritual power. 3 days is enough for you guys to do a lot of things, right? The 5 spirit beasts were all in high spirits and agreed in unison. After the sky turns dark, start moving. The sun gradually set in the west. There were still close to 200 rogue cultivators on the Monkey King Mountains side. These people found it hard to choose whether to advance or retreat. Retreating and leaving just like this, they were unwilling. Letting them advance, they did not have the guts. Furthermore, everyone hoped that others would serve as a lackey. These rogue cultivators were in batches in the east and west, each stationed in their own regions. They were also very wary of each other. Clearly, they did not trust each other very much. Night gradually arrived. In the night, the clouds were very thick. There was not a single star at all. The entire night seemed very stifling. Suddenly, a scream broke the silence of the night. A tent in the southwest direction suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The 6 cultivators inside were already burned into people on fire. No matter what method they used, they were unable to extinguish this fire. These 6 people scurried out of the tent and rolled on the ground. But no matter how they rolled, everywhere they reached, it was a sea of fire. Not only did they fail to extinguish the fire on their bodies, it also ignited the vegetation on the ground. For a moment, the fire was like a fire dragon, spreading in all directions. If this fire was not stopped, once it started burning, it was very likely that it would ignite the surrounding tents together. Stop them, stop them. Some of the rogue cultivator experts who reacted quickly were already alert. Stop them. Kill them. Quick. For a moment, attacks came from all directions at the same time. The saber light and sword shadows were extremely dazzling, like meteors streaking across the sky. Under the saber light and sword light, all 6 people were cut into meat paste. After these 6 people were extinguished, the fire did not continue to spread. Just as everyone was still in shock, several tents in the north and east suddenly caught fire at the same time. One after another, the tents in all directions were set ablaze. This sudden change caused these rogue cultivators' teams to be in chaos. Someone deliberately set the fire. Yeah, who is so vicious? Catch the culprit. For a moment, there were endless shouts and shouting at each other. Overnight, only shouts could be heard everywhere, but not even a shadow could be seen. It was not until late at night that the fire was extinguished. Some of the powerhouses among these rogue cultivators had already realized that something was wrong. They began to take the initiative to break the barrier and began to gather to discuss countermeasures. Soon, this group of rogue cultivators had elected 8 leaders. Just when these 8 leaders had gathered to discuss, suddenly, a burst of cold and sinister laughter emerged from the sky. You idiots, instead of staying in the Xian Yuan Mound, you came to this place to seek death. Don't you know that the forbidden spiritual zones and the human countries have always minded their own business? Let me tell you, head south, it is the gateway to hell. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead. Like a wandering ghost in the night sky, this sinister warning seemed to be there and not. It gave off a fleeting and unpredictable feeling. The 8 leaders exchanged glances with each other. From their expressions, there was a sense of shock. Mr. Shui, look at this voice, what is the strength behind it? Everyone's gaze stopped at a man covered from head to toe in red equipment. The entire body of this person was like a ball of rapidly burning torch. This person was a famous rogue cultivator from the Judge Mountain Prefecture. He possessed the super strength of the profound void martial stage. Among these 8 people, he had the highest reputation and the most authoritative figure in the world of rogue cultivators. That red-robed Mr. Shui said with a duck's voice, "This voice can condense and disperse, he should be at the profound void martial stage." Profound void martial stage? Many of these people drew a breath of cold air. However, Mr. Shui shook his head. It's impossible for him to be at the profound void martial stage. If he were at the profound void martial stage, it would be impossible for him to create such a scene. Everyone, do you still remember the 2 corpses that were hung here? Those are Kong Dai's corpses. Who is that Kong Dai? In the world of rogue cultivators of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, perhaps many of you know Kong Dai better than I do, and such a powerful elite warrior at the profound void martial stage like Kong Dai was killed and his corpse was exposed to the public. This means that the power of the enemy has surpassed the combat power of the profound void martial stage. Or else, under such circumstances, it would be impossible for him to come and go as he please. Not to mention unknowingly. Before he had finished speaking, another burst of straightforward laughter came from the outside. Listen well, you bastards. From now on, at every moment, it's possible that some of you will lose your life unknowingly. Our principle is that only death awaits those who want to pass through this dispersed praying mountain. Those who turn back and retreat, we will not pursue you. For those who stay here, you will bet on your luck. Let's make a move every hour or so. That Mr. Shue's face turned deathly pale as he mumbled, "Did you hear that? Another one at the profound void martial stage." Just when everyone was still looking at each other in dismay, another lazy voice emerged. "Buddy, let's make a bet. From now until tomorrow, let's see who kills the most small fries." Like a curse from hell, this voice deeply stimulated the nerves of these rogue martial artists. Suddenly, a rogue martial artist on the north side wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. He held his face with both hands and started to cry loudly. Next, someone saw that the person who was wailing had a pair of feet that kept shedding meat like tree bark. And the way it was shedding was extremely strange. It was as if a roasted leg was being cut off piece by piece with a knife. His expression was strange and terrifying. This person let out 2 cries of ho-ho. Suddenly, he grabbed his neck with both hands as if something hard to swallow was stuck in his throat. Next, this person started to roll on the ground. Blood started to flow out of his 7 orifices. And suddenly, the hand that was grabbing his throat could not help but grab something in the air. Without struggling for a moment, his entire body became taut and he lay flat on the ground. Apparently, he had stopped breathing. When they saw this strange scene and remembered those corpses that had been poisoned to death next to the Monkey King Mountain, inwardly, these rogue martial artists shuddered with fear. Although I only came back after 7 in the evening from the wedding banquet, regardless, even if I stayed up until midnight, I will write at least 5 chapters. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 500. This was only the beginning of fear for these freelance martial artists. After this terrifying scene, in a moment, another person had fallen. Although the circumstances of their deaths were different, it was clear that they had all died from poisoning. In one night, the entire area of a few dozen miles had turned into a hellish killing field. And the people responsible for harvesting the lives of these freelance martial artists were like ghosts as they could not capture their whereabouts. Each of those 8 leaders were swift and fierce people. Although they knew that they had encountered an elite warrior, these people all had strong personalities and the most determined minds. Although they felt somewhat uneasy inwardly, they still decided to resist stubbornly. The 8 of them split up and all freelance martial artists gathered together to set up camp. Each of their camps formed a circular arched shape to form a circular chain defense circle. This way, regardless of which direction the enemy attacked from, they could observe them from any angle. One must say that this method was the best one they could think of at the moment. And these 8 leaders also took the lead and were responsible for patrolling the area. Darn it, when did this dispersed praying mountain become this terrifying? Among these 8 leaders, a guy with a body like a winter melon swore, "Mr. Shue, do you think this group of assassins hidden in the dark are elite warriors from the Shenyuan Mound or the human countries?" A martial artist dressed like a scholar asked. Before that Mr. Shue had answered, that guy with the winter melon body said, "How could there be such elite warriors in the human countries? For sure, they are elite warriors from the Shenyuan Mound. I think they have the same goal as us and are also aiming for the divine treasure in the human countries. They want to monopolize it and thus, they are here to kill us freelance martial artists." Apparently, that scholar did not agree. The martial artists of the Xian Yuan Mound always have a prejudice against that human countries. We feel that it is only an abandoned place and would not have elite warriors. In fact, I don't think so. Take that Qin Wushuang as an example. Didn't he also come from the human countries? Didn't he rely on the divine treasure to come out? This is also the reason why we are working so hard. For those mole crickets and crickets in the human countries, it's a waste for them to possess the divine treasure. That short winter melon appeared to feel good about himself as he said this with spittle flying everywhere. Suddenly, that Mr. Shui opened his mouth to speak. These people have a mysterious background. They deliberately did not show their faces and are playing with us. I don't think he's a human expert. Even if one or two super geniuses appeared in the human countries, it was absolutely impossible for them to have several profound void stage expert. In the human countries, the perfect stage was already the top elite warrior. Why would a profound void stage martial artist hang around in the human countries? This way, he is still a martial artist from the Xian Yuan Mound. You want to monopolize that divine Dao item. Mr. Shui frowned slightly and said in a low voice, if it's a martial artist from the Xian Yuan Mound, with such powerful strength, there would be no need for them to set up any obstructions here. If he had the leisure to do so, he might as well go to the human countries first. After all, the one who strikes first gains the advantage. Everyone understands this simple logic. However, the scholar said, Mr. Shui, have you considered the possibility that the enemy's strength is very strong, enough to divide into two groups? They stayed here to deal with us, but they've already arrived at the human nations. Mr. Shui sighed, if he has such strength, then it's not something a rogue cultivator can do. Even the strongest group of rogue cultivators could not possibly have such a strong force, unless Mr. Shui did not speak the following words directly. However, each person at the scene was an astute person. When they heard the first half of the sentence, of course, they guessed the latter half. It was simple. In the Xian Yuan Mound, only those sects could possess such strength. And it was definitely not something a third-rate sect could possess. At least, they must have the strength of a third-rate or second-rate sect. There would not be many such powerhouses in the entire Xian Yuan Mound. In the Orderly Mountain Prefecture and the Judge Mountain Prefecture, besides the prefecture lords, there were only two such powerhouses. One was the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, and the other was the primary central sect of the Judge Mountain Prefecture. When they thought here, everyone's eyes were somewhat disappointed. A wave of apparent disappointment was expressed from their expression. If those major sects had stepped out, the outcome was almost determined. Even if these rogue martial artists had exceptional skills, it would be impossible for them to fight against the sects. For the sects, even if they pulled out a strand of hair, it would be enough to crush the rogue martial artists. A divine Dao item, even for powerhouses like the Dark Green Cloud Daoist sect and the primary central sect, it would not be strange for them to be tempted by a divine Dao item. After all, acquiring a divine Dao item was a form of protection. Although a divine Dao item was not equal to the supreme Dao stage, having a divine Dao item meant a form of identity and power. One must say that this was a long night. In this night, the killing never stopped. Even under the supervision of the 8 major leaders, there were still endless killing moves that kept reaping the lives of these rogue martial artists. These massacres continued until dawn and finally came to an end. That eerie warning sounded again at the break of dawn. This night can only be considered a warning. During the day, we will not attack. Unless someone tries to cross our forbidden area. Still those words, those who turn back, must survive. Those who advance, must die. Those who do not retreat or advance, must wait for death. If there were not those bloody examples, these words would definitely be powerless intimidation before the rogue martial artists. And with these words, these warnings were extremely persuasive, like a death warrant. When dawn arrived, almost half of the rogue martial artists started to turn back without needing to be mobilized. By noon, 2/3 of the rogue martial artists had already retreated. And in the afternoon, as the sky gradually darkened, There were groups of 2 or 3 rogue martial artists who also followed on the path back. By the time the sun finally set, there were less than 20 people left. These 20 people were all arrogant and unruly experts, and all of them believed that they had enough capital to protect themselves. These 20 people had obviously formed a battle line at this moment. The rogue martial artists who were originally unfamiliar with each other consciously formed a tacit alliance at this time. Obviously, at this critical juncture, it was very important for everyone to work together. And those 8 major leaders were indeed the most swift and fierce. None of them left. At this time, these 20 rogue martial artists were all gathered together. That Mr. Shui said, "Everyone, it is very obvious that this is a conspiracy. Moreover, the other party's strength is obviously not enough to swallow everyone. It is precisely because of this that they deliberately created a sense of mystery and fear, and used guerrilla tactics to break us down one by one. Last night, we fell into their trap. Today, we must take the initiative to counterattack. I see that everyone present has the strength of the transformation void martial stage. There are also a few at the profound void martial stage. With such strength, if we use it well, we will not allow ourselves to be trampled on. To put it bluntly, even if we are facing the primary central sect or the dark green cloud Daoist sect, as long as their number 1 leader has not come, we will have the power to fight." That scholar also nodded in agreement. Mr. Shui's words are reasonable. The enemy's strategy of dividing us is to cut us down piece by piece like cutting meat. Because they do not have the appetite to swallow us whole, they would use psychological intimidation tactics. Mr. Shui, the 20 of us can be divided into 5 groups. Each of us has our own responsibilities. Once we discover the enemy's tracks, we will swarm them together. As long as we take out one, the rest will be easy. Okay, let's divide into 5 groups. Each group will have 4 people and is just enough to manage. It's also easy to arrange. Quality is more important than quantity. The fewer people we have, the easier it is to arrange. Soon, the groups were divided. There were no questions about the 4 people in each group. Regardless of whether it was the scholar or Mr. Shui, they had both overlooked one person. This person had a serious expression. His hair and eyebrows had been dyed black and looked no different from an ordinary person. However, this person's silver pupils appeared somewhat different in the dark night. This person was Ying Long, who had been controlled by the venomous insect. At this moment, this Ying Long had completely become a puppet assassin controlled by Moon Palace Jade Hair. 5 groups, 5 tents. They were divided into east, south, west, north, and center. The east, south, west, and north positions always had people. The 4 people in the remaining tent were responsible for patrolling. Each group would take turns to be on duty. Each group would patrol for 2 hours. Soon, the first group had patrolled for 2 hours and was ready to switch with the second group. According to the rules, the second group would go on patrol. After the first group had finished patrolling, they would replace the second group's tent. Then, when the second group had finished patrolling, the third group would take over. The second group would then replace the third group's tent. This cycle would ensure that there would be no shortage of people in the east, south, west, and north positions. After the first group had returned, no one from the second group had come out to replace them. Vividly, Mr. Shui sensed something was wrong. He quickly walked to the vicinity of the second tent and used his divine sense to search. He actually did not sense any signs of life. Instead, it was replaced by a bloody aura of death. Mr. Shui lifted the curtain and indeed saw 3 corpses lying in the tent. The way they died was extremely sinister and terrifying. This made Mr. Shui immediately think of the few people who had been poisoned last night. The way they died was also like this: 1 group, 4 people, but only 3 corpses. In other words, one of them had disappeared into thin air. The other practitioners saw Mr. Shui standing blankly near the tent and knew that something had happened. They all ran over. When they saw the situation, their expressions were incomparably horrified. Dead again, and 3 of them had died at once. They had died without any signs and without a sound. Even the sound of struggle could not be heard. That kind of situation was simply as if their lives had been taken away in their sleep. Using poison, it was using poison again. Moreover, this method of using poison had already reached a stage where one could not guard against it. It was simply pervasive. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 501. Mr. Schwer, why are there only 3 corpses? Where's the last one? That short wintermelon couldn't help but ask. Mr. Schwer's facial muscles twitched as if he was bitten by a venomous snake. Cunning, truly cunning. Do you still remember that young man? The one with silver eyes? It must be him. He poisoned these 3 fellow cultivators to death. Looks like that guy sneaked in with evil intentions. Silver eyes. Good at using poison? That scholar was stunned. Speaking of which, he looks a bit like the 3rd brother of the 3 Kong Dai brothers, Ying Long. Do you remember this person? Ying Long? No, Ying Long has silver hair and silver eyebrows. That young man, I remember his hair was black. I definitely won't remember it wrongly, that scholar said with a miserable tone. Hair can be changed, but how many people with silver eyes have you seen? How many people have you seen who are good at using poison at the same time? These words instantly stumped everyone. The truth was like this. In the wandering cultivator world, people with silver eyes were very rare. People with silver eyes who were good at using poison were even rarer. However, some people still expressed their puzzlement. That's not right. If that person is Ying Long, then why would Kong Dai die in this area and have his corpse hung high up here? No matter how disloyal that Ying Long is, it's impossible for him to poison Kong Dai to death and hang his corpse in public, right? Moreover, Kong Dai is a profound void martial stage expert. Even if that Ying Long has the intention, he doesn't have the ability. That's right. Could it be that Kong Dai's corpse is fake? Mr. Schwer resolutely denied. Kong Dai's corpse is definitely not fake. I can absolutely confirm this point. Kong Dai is 100% the real Kong Dai. But whether that person is Ying Long or not, that's not known. Mr. Schwer, now, we only have 16 people left. We still don't know how many people the enemy has and where they come from. That's right. It's not a good idea to go on like this. Mother *K, this group of people are pretending to be gods and ghosts. We can't even see a shadow. There's really no way to fight this kind of battle. We don't even know who to fight with. It's too depressing. Mr. Schwer sighed and gazed at the night sky. He didn't have the slightest clue. For the enemy to be so unscrupulous, it was obvious that the morale of this side had been completely destroyed. The short wintermelon suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Schwer, in my opinion, our train of thought was wrong from the start. She shouldn't have waited here for so long. Why don't you tell me, what's the benefit of waiting here? Wait for others to leave first. Everyone had the same idea, but who would be so stupid to take the initiative to stand out? Therefore, our thoughts are dominated by fear from the very beginning. If those people didn't run back and everyone charged forward together, the other party wouldn't be able to stop them if they didn't have enough people. Although the short wintermelon's words were crude, his words resonated with the general public. Now, everyone could see that the enemy was deliberately trying to mislead them and make them hesitate. Then, they used the tactic of splitting them up one by one, which led to the current situation. Otherwise, with hundreds of loose cultivators charging at full speed, the other party wouldn't know who to stop even if they wanted to. Even if there were people who would die in the chaos, it would never be like the current situation. Mr. Schwer's prestige was very high. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Clearly, they were waiting for him to make the final decision. Everyone, it seems that defending to the death really isn't a solution. Retreat or advance, everyone state your opinion. If there are many people in favor of retreat, we'll retreat. If there are many people in favor of advancing, then we'll go all out. How about it? Okay, we'll listen to Mr. Schwer. Let's do that. Mr. Schwer nodded when he saw everyone agree, and continued, Those in favor of retreat, please raise your hand. If you don't raise your hand, you'll silently support advancing. Looking around, there were only 2 or 3 people. He hesitantly raised his arm a few times. Seeing that no one raised their hand, he put down his arm in the middle. Okay, so everyone feels that waiting to die isn't a solution. Then we'll choose to charge. 16 people, work together to see whose good fortune is higher and who can pass smoothly in the end. If you pass, it's victory. Mr. Schwer encouraged to the limit. At this moment, another sneer sounded in the air. Playing this kind of trick again? Surnamed Schwer, if you want others to work for you and cover you as you break through this death zone, then I have to tell you. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking didn't succeed. During the day, when I asked you to leave, you didn't leave. This means that you've already given up hope of survival. Since you've chosen death, then we can only follow your will. With that, the voice laughed eerily and disappeared in the air again. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a violent tremor under their feet. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Even the earth's veins underground were shaking, making experts of their cultivation level feel unsteady. They swayed left and right. Everyone be careful, this might be an attack from underground. Mr. Schwer made a prompt decision and shouted, everyone, use the flying tactic. Those who stayed here were at least of the transformation void martial stage, and all of them had the ability to fly. Each of them used their own abilities and flew up into the sky. How would they know that this was one of Qin Wushuang's plans? It was to force them into the sky and then launch an attack. At the moment when they flew up into the sky, hissing Sky Phoenix attacked from the sky, flapping its wings that covered the sky. It opened its mouth and many fireballs that were as hot as the sun spun out continuously. The speed of the fireballs was too fast for the eyes to take in. This hissing Sky Phoenix was at the transformation void martial stage, but its attack power was so strong that even Qin Wushuang was shocked. The enormous power released by this fireball instantly roasted the surrounding space into a huge oven. The few void transformation stage experts immediately felt waves of throbbing. They were almost unable to breathe calmly and were barely able to hold on. At this moment, the one-horn mystical horse dashed out from the crack in the void. The one-horn drill on its head was like a spiral that rolled at high speed. The impact was so strong that it was like a divine weapon that could destroy heaven and earth. It directly split 2 transformation void martial stage experts into 4 pieces and they fell down freely. Instantly, the ground was covered in blood and flesh. The pure altar precious pig was not to be outdone. Its fat body made it look like a huge rubber ball. It was round and round, but its speed was not slow. This fat pig dashed and bounced like a rubber ball. The bouncing power was so strong that these rogue cultivators had never heard of it before. They only felt that a huge spirit beast was bouncing over suddenly. Divine power, devour, swoosh, swoosh. With 3 continuous sounds, the primordial spirits of 3 rogue cultivators were sucked over by the devour divine power. The remaining 3 soft corpses fell into the dust hopelessly. The 3 spirit beasts of the transformation void martial stage joined forces to attack. Who knew how many times they had practiced this kind of cooperation, and who knew how many merits they had achieved in actual combat. In just a breath, 7 or 8 rogue cultivators had lost their lives. This made Mr. Schwer stunned. Obviously, he did not expect the impact to be so strong. When Mr. Schwer saw that the situation was not good, he turned around and left. That pure altar precious pig laughed loudly. Hey, that red-robed guy, where are you going? Even though Mr. Schwer's methods were strong, he also knew that being surrounded by these 3 freaks was also a dead end. Of course, he would not answer. He just desperately flew back. In the dark night, he did not care about the direction he was running in. Precious Pig laughed loudly. Want to leave? I'll see where you go. Precious Pig had not finished speaking when Mr. Schwer's entire body suddenly felt a strange chill. His body that was flying in midair suddenly trembled. Almost at the same time, 3 green lights suddenly shot out from the void, heading straight for the vital parts of his entire body. Made a move. Qin Wushuang, who had been suppressed for so long, finally made a move. This was Qin Wushuang's first all-out attack since returning to the human countries. It was also the strongest release of the fury that he had accumulated for so long. These 3 arrows represented the most furious flames in Qin Wushuang's heart. At the same time, it also represented Qin Wushuang's determination to fight without any hesitation. Even if it was an elite warrior of the profound void martial stage, Qin Wushuang would not shrink back. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to the end. The 3 green lights were like meteors chasing after the moon. Their speed was fast and their power was fierce. It was obvious that Qin Wushuang had unleashed the peak state that he could reach at the moment. Qin Wushuang had waited for too long to prepare these 3 arrows. This was a warm-up for killing Luo Ting. It was also a test that Qin Wushuang gave to himself. They were all elite warriors of the profound void martial stage. If these 3 arrows could not kill this elite warrior of the profound void martial stage in front of him, then, when he faced Luo Ting in the future, what would he use to kill Luo Ting? Relying on the 5 great spirit beasts. Naturally, it was impossible for Luo Ting to not have any trump card. Only by using this indestructible graceful spiritual bow would he, Qin Wushuang, have the best choice to defeat the enemy and achieve victory. Full of anger, he pushed these 3 arrows. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Mr. Shui. For a moment, Mr. Shui was dumbfounded. It was as if all the vital parts of his body were nailed by invisible nails. He did not even have the slightest movement to evade. In fact, this was because the speed was too fast and he had no time to react. In the midst of panic, Mr. Shui activated the incantation. Rays of protective golden light overflowed from the surface of his body. This golden light shot out layers of halos, trying to stop the momentum of these 3 dark green arrows. However, he had underestimated the power of the graceful spiritual bow. The 3 dark green arrows rushed forward wildly and directly broke through the golden light. The 3 green lights immediately nailed into Mr. Shui's body. Qin Wushuang let out a long sigh of relief. If the dark green arrows were to pierce into the body, then this person would only have one outcome, and that was death. The green lights suddenly exploded. Mr. Shui's body was like a huge balloon that suddenly burst, shattering into pieces. The 3 green lights circled around and flew back with a wave of Qin Wushuang's hand. This remarkable ability to control the dark green arrows was a skill that Qin Wushuang had mastered after entering the refined void martial stage. This way, it ensured that Qin Wushuang could use the graceful spiritual bow to attack continuously. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 502. With Mr. Shui's death, the battle situation had fallen into the control of Qin Wushuang and his group. After the other 2 profound void martial stage warriors had been killed one after another, the remaining few elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage were powerless to stop Qin Wushuang's murderous footsteps, not to mention escaping. 16 cultivators, including Mr. Shui, were wiped out without any suspense. Satisfying. Ha, it's so satisfying. One horn mystical horse and pure altar precious pig laughed. Clearly, these 2 nights of battle had more or less allowed them to experience the feeling of satisfaction. Only through such battles could they feel the thrill of battle. Sky Phoenix, search around and see if there are any fish that have escaped the net, or if there are any ears on the wall. Qin Wushuang instructed. Hissing Sky Phoenix gave a cry and flew out. After a few days of obstructing and taking the initiative to attack, Qin Wushuang and his group had completely grasped the situation at the dispersed Praying Mountain. And their defense line also kept advancing. Currently, at the border between the Orderly Mountain Prefecture and the Shen Yuan Mound, large groups of freelance martial artists had gathered at this border area. Currently, these freelance martial artists had viewed the dispersed Praying Mountain as a forbidden place. Those freelance martial artists that had escaped from the dispersed Praying Mountain had spread the nightmarish experience in full detail. This had caused many freelance martial artists that harbored dreams of heading to the human countries to feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Elite warriors at the profound void martial stage kept dying. Such news was enough to stop the majority of freelance martial artists. Death would never be a joke. Even if these martial artists possessed divine skills that ordinary people did not possess, after all, life was equal to everyone. Before entering the Supreme Tao stage, everyone only had one life. No one would joke around with their own life. This way, the border between the dispersed Praying Mountain and the Orderly Mountain Prefecture had almost become a blockage. Especially at the Ironwood State City at the border, freelance martial artists from all over the world had gathered at the Ironwood State City. This had caused the city to endure tremendous pressure. Fortunately, the capacity of the Ironwood State City was still rather impressive. Even though so many loose cultivators had rushed in all of a sudden, it did not descend into chaos. At this time, these freelance martial artists no longer had their previous fanaticism. Especially those who had already gone to the dispersed Praying Mountain and had returned, each of them hung their heads dejectedly. Inwardly, they were filled with fear, unwillingness, and many other thoughts. Mother **K, divine Tao treasures are really good stuff. So many profound void martial stage and transformation martial stage experts had lost their lives. Along the way, the ground was littered with corpses. Looks like the allure of a divine Tao item is really great. That's why I'm suspicious. How could there be an item of the divine Tao in a godforsaken place like the human kingdoms? Everyone, tell me, have we been fooled by someone? When did this news come out? Who was the first to spread the news? When this person said this, the other rogue cultivators fell into deep thought. Some of the more quick-witted ones couldn't help but nod thoughtfully. That's true. If the human kingdoms really have divine Tao treasures that can nurture geniuses, then the human kingdoms should have produced many geniuses over the years. However, have you heard that in these years, have any exceptional figures appeared in the human kingdoms? Isn't it just Qin Wushuang? It's more rumors than seeing it with our own eyes. Who knows how powerful that Qin Wushuang is? Isn't that right? He had built a little reputation in the human kingdoms and spread it all the way to the Shen Yuan Empire. I feel that most likely, we have been fooled. Such voices became more and more noisy. Instantly, it had caused the Freelance Martial Artist Association of the Ironwood State City to become extremely lively. At this time, in one of the rooms of the association, a person covered with a black cloak was standing before the window. Behind him, a subordinate stood respectfully. This person in the black cloak was Luo Ting of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. And that respectful subordinate was Black Panther, Luo Ting's lackey and incompetent military advisor. Did you hear that? Someone is already suspicious. Luo Ting said with a somewhat displeased tone, Black Panther, you did not do your best in guiding public opinion. Or else, no one would have seen through any flaws. Black Panther felt somewhat wronged. He had already tried his best to appear as if he was serious when he spread those rumors. As for people starting to doubt him, anyone with the ability to think would more or less become suspicious after encountering the matter of the dispersed Praying Mountain. Young master, now the most important question is, who are those murderers at the dispersed Praying Mountain? Could it be that Qin Wushuang again? Hearing their description, it seems that those murderers include spiritual beasts and humans. It seems to be Qin Wushuang's group. Black Panther said carefully. That Luo Ting shouted, impossible. A while ago, that Qin Wushuang had appeared at the Wild Flame Cliff. It's impossible for him to have rushed back to the human countries before me. Black Panther, do you think that Qin Wushuang's speed is faster than mine? Black Panther said, I am only afraid that Qin Wushuang is extremely cunning. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. No one knows if his real body has truly gone to the Shen Yuan Mound or not. Perhaps, Iron Holler's pretentious information could be fake news. It could even be an illusion created by that Qin Wushuang. However, Luo Ting shook his head to deny, Black Panther, my instincts tell me that Qin Wushuang has definitely entered the Shen Yuan Mound. Only, I cannot capture his current location. I can only say that this guy is extremely cunning. Black Panther gave a long sigh. If those murderers and snipers at the dispersed Praying Mountain are not Qin Wushuang, Then who could it be? From my investigation, the dark green cloud Daoist sect and the primary central sect did not send anyone to the dispersed praying mountain. In other words, these two major sects are not interested in that rumor. Perhaps, their interest in Qin Wushuang far surpasses their interest in Qin Wushuang's family and sect. I don't care who those snipers are. In the end, I don't want them to continue to exist and stop the footsteps of these freelance martial artists. With those people guarding the dispersed praying mountain, if they cannot move, these freelance martial artists will not pass the border. When Luo Ting thought here, his handsome face twisted and his muscles trembled slightly. He said angrily, "That Qin Wushuang is so lucky. Even the dispersed praying mountain has people to help him." "Young master, I heard that the monkey clan of the Monkey King Mountain has some relationship with Qin Wushuang. Could it be that the Monkey King Mountain has done this?" Black Panther raised another question. Monkey King Mountain? First, they do not have the guts. Second, they do not have the power. Again, Luo Ting denied Black Panther's guess. Up to this point, the development of the situation seemed to have gotten out of Luo Ting's control. At least, the situation at the dispersed praying mountain was something Luo Ting could never have imagined. Suddenly, Luo Ting asked again, "Is there any news about that slut?" Black Panther shook his head with frustration. "Recently, I have been following the movements of those freelance martial artists and did not hear any news related to Miss Mu Rong." "Young master, you said that all those freelance martial artists had entered the dispersed praying mountain. Could it be that none of them had passed through the mountain and entered the human countries?" Luo Ting said with an annoyed tone, "If I knew, I would not be this confused." While they were talking, suddenly, Luo Ting turned around with an extremely unsightly expression. He made a hand gesture to ask Black Panther not to make a sound and asked him to use his spiritual perception to listen. Black Panther was confused. He followed Luo Ting's words and used his spiritual perception to listen around. He only heard a loud voice ask from the hall downstairs, "Is it true? Your information is also a rumor, right? I don't know if it's true or not. Anyways, I heard it from someone else. That person is very young and has a pair of strange silver eyes." He spoke the truth and I had no choice but to believe him. After some careful consideration, I do feel that it makes sense. That heavenly Luo Daoist sect had failed to kill Qin Wushuang and there were some rumors about Qin Wushuang and that Miss Mu Rong. It would be strange if Luo Ting was not flustered and exasperated. It would not be strange at all if this was Luo Ting's scheme to deliberately spread rumors. I think it's believable. Luo Ting? That number one talented young disciple of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It's impossible, right? Would a disciple of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect be this despicable? Ha ha, disciples of the sect are not necessarily more noble than us freelance martial artists. Most likely, they are even more despicable than us freelance martial artists. I always feel that this matter is somewhat unreliable. If Luo Ting had truly done it, it would be a matter of losing his reputation. If someone were to spread the news to the heavenly Emperor Mountain, even the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would suffer. If another major powerhouse of the forbidden spiritual zones were to call out, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not be able to bear the consequences. Everyone was talking amongst themselves, and the discussion was very lively. Luo Ting's expression was filled with anger and frustration as if someone owed him a few tens of millions of crystal stones and did not intend to pay him back. "Did you hear that? Black Panther, this is what you did." Luo Ting almost gnashed his teeth in anger. "I asked you to arrange such a small matter, and you let people lead the disaster to me." Black Panther felt that he had been wronged. "Young master, I did it carefully and certainly would not have exposed my identity. There must be something hidden in this matter." "What hidden?" Luo Ting was about to go crazy. He knew the consequences better than anyone. If the matter was truly discovered to be his doing, even if the heavenly Emperor Mountain did not pursue the responsibility of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, certainly, the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect would become the public enemy of the freelance martial artist world. Only, Luo Ting would never have imagined that Qin Wushuang, the person he had set up wholeheartedly, was already preparing to launch a counterattack against him. Young master, once the rumors spread out, the situation would be disadvantageous to us. What should we do? What should we do? Deny it flatly. This matter is not a theft, there are no stolen goods. With just a few words, no one can truly punish us. Anyway, those servants who spread the rumors have been killed by you to silence them. Dead men tell no tales, no one can do anything. Luo Ting was rather hoodlum and showed a shameless face. Regardless, we must get rid of those snipers at the dispersed praying mountain. Rumors will not stop the unreasonable greed of the freelance martial artists. Black Panther, I don't care what method you use, you must make those darned guys disappear. Luo Ting was flustered and exasperated. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.